How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you here?
That's difficult to answer.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
is the end. There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to be out you. Won't anybody help us? What are we running for? When there's nowhere we can run to anymore. We can't afford to be innocent. Stand up and face the enemy. It's a do or die situation. We will be invincible. And with the power of conviction, there is no sacrifice. It's a do or die situation. We will be invincible.
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
Can we grow up a little bit and
Alt
not
Girl
be
sent $200.
retarded?
Have you
Please.
seen the work of Karlyn Borysenko? Anti-commie cult leader and is obsessed with looking at what actual far-left communists are talking about and organizing today, infiltrating them. They infiltrated the universities, schools, media. She has the receipts to back it up. Primary source evidence. Infestation is dire and she calls Republicans idiots eating slop. Agree.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, oh, I know Karlyn B. She's solid. She's funny. I
The
like
great
her.
noticer sent $200.
Literally.
So
Not
it's,
Ian.
it's not because I haven't dangled my junk into the combat zone on purpose to get some camera footage, but that's the big part of what's the
Is
problem.
that what you call reporting?
Go
and live
under, if
streaming?
you're going to do it,
Yeah,
go
seriously.
undercover. Otherwise you're wearing a hunk of meat in a lion's den. Nick Shirley, I love you. Take care of yourself, man. Karlyn Borysenko went undercover. Do stuff like that. Like if you want to expose this thing, don't pariah, please.
But Ian, here's and I agree with you to an extent.
weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her.
Drum links, 2, 3, drum links, 2, 3, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil dich ein in die Arbeit einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn.
Drum links, 2, 3, drum links, 2, 3, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil dich ein in die Arbeiter einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein.
Drum links, 2, 3, drum links, 2, 3, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil dich kein in die Arbeiter einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is when we watch the real far left, the farthest of the far left, the most dystopian of the dystopian. We are not watching Democrats, liberals, or progressives on Socialism Saturday because Democrats and liberals and progressives, no matter how many times it is said on conservative media, they're not actually real communists and socialists because Democrats, liberals, and progressives uphold capitalism, whereas communists and socialists, who know who their friends and enemies are, do not like Democrats, liberals, and progressives because real communists and real socialists want to overthrow the capitalist system that upholds our entire society up to and including the United States government. Democrats, liberals, and progressives don't want to do that. Hang on one second. Sorry about that. So we are not watching the fake left. We are watching the real far left. We are watching the people who are pushing every crazy idea in our society today. We are watching the people who organized yesterday's May Day protest, the National Day, which is not the same as the No Kings protest. Very, very, very different people were at the May Day protest than were at the No Kings protest. I'll tell you that. And I know that because, as some of you may know, I actually went to one of them in Boston. I saw exactly who was there. I was running all over the city, going to all the different May Day events. I didn't see a lot of progressives. And it was a very stark contrast because I was also at the No Kings protest in Boston last month, where I saw 100,000 progressives on the Boston Common with a couple far left groups sprinkled in. There were some of the same groups there. The Revolutionary Communists of America were at both events. Who else? The DSA were at both events. There were a couple like local like leftist groups that were at both events, but Antifa was not at the No Kings protest in Boston. They were absolutely at yesterday's May Day shenanigans that were going on. In fact, I saw multiple Antifa groups. I saw the Black Rose Anarchist Federation and I saw the Boston Anarchist Collective. Both of those groups are Antifa. Okay. So when we're doing Socialism Saturday, we are watching the real far left because those are the people we need to be worried about. I am not worried about Democrats. The Democratic Party is highly dysfunctional. And the only reason the Democrats are going to win the midterms is because people are voting against Republicans. No one is voting for Democrats. The midterms are going to be a bloodbath because people are voting against Republicans because Republicans have so badly fucked up the last couple of years that they can no longer be trusted to have really any decision-making capability at all, as far as I'm concerned. And so we don't bother with the Democrats. We don't bother with the liberals. We watch the progressives because the progressives do the big things like No Kings protests, where people do show up to try to recruit and radicalize more people to the far left. That does happen, so we have to pay attention to it. But on Socialism Saturday, we are only watching the farthest of the far left. The people that you never hear about on conservative media, the people that you see on this channel, you have never heard about on conservative media. They don't even know about this stuff because they're too busy lying to you and telling you that Democrats are the real socialists and communists when they are not. Now, tonight, we are going to be doing a very special edition of Socialism Saturday. I almost never do this. In fact, I can only remember one other Socialism Saturday where I've done this, and I've been doing Socialism Saturday for 4 years now. We are going to be watching a live queer Marxist training. This training is happening live. This is a Socialism Saturday spy stream crossover episode. Okay? And the reason we're doing it live, and I think it was Teresa, wasn't it? Or Tammy, sorry, Tammy, is this today's subscriber only? No, we're doing this publicly. I almost never do this because it is rife for error. So I want to just ask everyone, as we are getting into this, can you guys please commit to me that you will take this seriously and not fuck around and not post the link anywhere? Can we just all listen? This is a if you're here moment, okay? Don't post this fucking link anywhere. Don't tell anyone else this is happening. If people fuck up a live infiltration that I'm doing publicly, you dramatically reduce the chances that I will ever do this again, because I don't have problems infiltrating events when I have it behind a paywall and it's for supporters only. I never have problems. I always have problems when I do it publicly, and no offense, conservatives behave like unhinged retards and literally fuck it up for everyone. So can I please have everyone's solemn vow that you are not going to fuck up today's live infiltration? One in the chat, if you solemnly swear that you will not try to destroy this for everyone. You will not bother these people. You will not tell them I'm streaming them. You will not post the link anywhere. You will not go be a dick in their chat if you figure out how to find it. Can I please have everyone's solemn vow? I need to see a chat full of ones right now. I want a solemn vow. You will not do anything to fuck this shit up. Literally, all you need to do, guys, here is an instructional video for what I need you to do.
You take your top lip and connect it to your bottom lip, you will shut the fuck up. Sometimes shutting the fuck up is the best thing you can do.
Like, you are allowed to say whatever you want in the chat here. You can say anything you want in the chat here, okay? Especially if you're sending me channel memberships and super chats, that's rad. But you cannot do anything outside of this chat for the next couple hours. Does everyone understand, okay? Please don't ruin it for everyone. I am asking you guys to be adults on the internet. We are a fly on the wall. We do not disrupt their training. We do not cause problems. We do not do anything like that. Hang on one second, please. I just have to make sure I have a setting correctly on my Zoom, and I have to do it now because I just thought that I might have changed it. Okay, no, we're good. We're good. Okay, we're good. Okay, cool. All right, so we are going to be getting into it. I'm not going to tell you what it is before we start it. Let me just quickly acknowledge these super chats and channel memberships. Focus says, may the universe, God, Allah, Buddha, Odin, or whatever higher power is out there sustain and bless Dr. B. We're all grateful. I am grateful to you guys for allowing me to do what I do. As a reminder, guys, my work is funded by you. I am funded through channel memberships, super chats, subscriptions on my website, small donations. I would love to get 100 new channel memberships gifted out today. Channel memberships get to come to Spy Stream on a regular basis with us when we do this on a normal basis. So during the stream today, I will not be talking because this is my recording of their stream. But if you guys want to see this stuff continue, if you guys want to make sure that you're allowing me to do this with you, send in channel memberships, send in super chats. I would love to hit 100 before the end of the Spy Stream today. That would be awesome. I would really appreciate it. Thank you so much, old sub. You are such a generous son of a bitch. In celebration of everyone's awesome work yesterday, and of course, my awesome troll. Yes, you had the best troll of all of May Day, old sub. Really appreciate that. We got Jamie in. You're super smart and tough. I just saw you last night, Pinky Swear. Okay, well, welcome, James. Welcome, James. I appreciate it, bro. Thank you so much. Okay, guys, we're going to get started here, and I'm going to get into their meeting in just a moment. As a reminder, this is live, guys. I do not know what they're going to say. I do not know what they're going to do. I will not talk over the stream because actually we're going to do this one. We're going to shut off the chat for this because it's my recording of it. Yo, W's in the chat for Tolkien Fan 5 channel memberships. We got Cynthia in, the goddess, a W for Cynthia, the legend of Cynthia, 20 channel memberships. Way to get us started off on a really strong foot, guys. Guys, if someone donates channel memberships during the stream, please give them W's in the chat. I promise I will acknowledge them all when the stream is over. I will also be chatting in my comments and displaying them on the stream. If you put something exceptionally smart in the chat, I will display that as well. And so please feel free to chat in your thoughts about what we're watching. I cannot control their technical difficulties. I can't control your technical difficulties. And I promise you I will acknowledge all super chats and channel memberships when I am able to at the end, when I can talk again. Focus, W's in the chat. Thank you for the 5 gifted channel memberships. Thank you, Ben, for the super chat. I will donate that to a channel membership. So we've already got 31 for the stream. 70 more to go, or 20 or 70 or 69 more to go. Nice. Okay, let me get into the Zoom, guys, and let me get this party started. Okay, we're waiting. We're waiting. We're waiting. Hey, is JR here? JR, if you're here, that problem is already solved. If you're not here, I'll talk to you about it another time. So no worries. It's all good. It's all good. You think we can hit 150 tonight, Reagan? Maybe we can. Maybe we can do. You guys know. Do you guys maybe want to do a double feature tonight? Because do you guys know I have a recording of a higher ed union meeting call that we didn't watch it live, and quite frankly, I forgot about it. I forgot. I didn't put it on the calendar. I fucking forgot. Oh, good. JR, you're here. Awesome. Yeah, that problem's already taken care of. I really appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much. But they sent the recording of it. They sent the recording of it. And so I immediately downloaded it and uploaded it to my other YouTube page. So we could potentially do a double feature if you guys want to. Yo, thank you. 5 gifted channel memberships. Over the hill, gang. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So here's the deal, guys. If we hit 100 channel memberships during this call, I will do a double feature for you, okay? And we'll do a stretch goal of 150. But if we hit the 100 channel membership goal during this call that we're about to get on and watch together, I will do a double feature tonight. We'll watch 2. But that's it. That's the deal. That's the deal. You got to hit the goal. You guys show up for me. I will give you a double feature of a recording that you will not see anywhere else. I promise you. I'm actually really excited about it. So that's what we're going to do. Hey, it's really reasonable, though. Listen, you've got, what is it, 50, 60, 64 more to go. That's totally reasonable. If one person, if everyone in the chat right now donated a channel membership, we would already crush the fucking goal. So, Consider it class dues, guys. I got to pay the bills somehow, and I'm not going to take money from conservative con artists. I'm not going to take money from organizations that are paying me to tell you something that is not true to advance a political narrative. I have to keep the funding of everything I do completely independent through small donations, through super chats, through channel memberships from normal people. And I know that we can meet these goals. I know that we can. And so this is how I stay completely independent. This is how you know that I am always just showing you the evidence. I don't have a political team. I have no one paying my bills, except for you guys. You guys do it. Old Sub! W's Old Sub! Thank you, Old Sub. We love you. Thank you. Yeah, this is mutual aid. I will never quit on you guys as long as you don't quit on me, okay? That is the deal.
Recording in progress.
Hi, folks who are coming into the room. Glad to have you, and we'll get started in just a moment. All right, welcome everybody. Thank you for joining us today on this beautiful day after May Day. My name's Liberty, and I'm a member of the Firestorm Collective. And today we're really excited to be hosting this conversation on seahorses, trans, non-binary, and gender-expansive pregnancy, which is a new book out from our pals at PM Press. If this is the first event you've been to with us, I'll just share a little bit about our collective. Firestorm is an almost 18-year-old, this month actually, radical bookstore owned and operated by a queer feminist collective in Southern Appalachia on the land of the Cherokee people. And we do a lot of in-person events here at our bookshop, but we also love getting to host conversations like this one online because it gives us a chance to connect with folks who might not otherwise be in our region. And we also know that for so many people, including folks right here in our own community, gathering in person has a lot of barriers. So thanks for being with us today. It's great to see such a great audience on a Sunday afternoon. So we are using Zoom today, and I want to call attention to a couple features of the event. There's an open chat, which I would encourage you to make use of. If you have questions for the panelists, we definitely want to hear those, and we're going to set aside a bit of time at the end to pick those up and do our best to answer them. If you are able to do so, it would be great if you put your questions in the Q&A, which is separate from the chat, and it's a little bit easier for us to organize things and keep track of questions. Ultimately, wherever you put your feedback is great, but I just wanted to make sure you knew that that Q&A was there. All right, before we get started, I'm just going to share some really brief bios for our awesome panel who are contributors to Seahorses. First up, we've got Simon Napas, who is the editor of the volume and is a trans dad, activist, and social security disability lawyer. His publications include essays that have graced the shelves at Firestorm for many years, including Rad Dad Dispatches from the Frontiers of Fatherhood, and the more recent Rad Families, a celebration. Simon, thanks so much for putting this together for us today.
Thanks so much for having us.
Awesome. And then continuing through in no particular order, we are so pleased to have Amare Ayomide, who is a multiple disciplinary advocate and artist. Amare is a biracial, Black, trans, and queer disabled person currently residing on the unceded land of the Duwamish and Coast Salish people, also known as Seattle. Amare, thank you so much for being with us. We also have Dr. S. Akash Kishore, who is a clinical psychologist and proud gestational parent. They navigate themes of QT, BIPOC, joy, grief, and ritual in their clinical practice, daily life, and writing. Welcome, Akash. Additionally, Dr. Simone Kulich, who is an author, sociologist, and life coach at Defiant Life Coaching. Their next book will be on transgender and non-binary reproductive journeys, and I hope we'll hear more about that book this evening. Welcome, Simone.
Thank you.
And last but not least, we have one panelist who will be joining us a little bit late. Jacoby Ballard is a yoga and meditational instructor who's been working at the intersections of trauma and social justice for 25 years. He's the birth papa to a delightful trans 7-year-old and teaches virtual prenatal and postnatal yoga classes that center queer and trans folks. Jacoby is not yet on the call, but we'll be excited to have him when he arrives. Again, thanks to all of you for taking time out of your day to be here with us, and thank you for contributing to this amazing and really unique collection. I'm going to go ahead and pass it off from here to Simon to just tell us a little bit more about the book.
Thanks so much for the introductions, Liberty. So, hi, I'm Simon. This is the book, Seahorses. And what I learned is that I should have put in the book but didn't, is to explain why it's called Seahorses. And that's because in seahorses, the male, or coded as male creatures, carry the babies, the eggs before they hatch, and then once they've hatched, in some or maybe all species, they swim back into the pouch for a short period of time while they're still growing. So that's why it's called Seahorses. It's a collection of 18 personal essays by trans, non-binary, and gender expansive people who have experienced pregnancy. Some of us became parents as part of that, and some did not. There's a really beautiful range of stories and experiences, and it's been really beautiful and an honor to be a part of bringing these stories together, and through book events, kind of building some community and meeting other people who are on their own wonderful journeys. So I'm grateful that all of the panelists and then also all of the participants have joined us today. Thank you all so much for sharing your time with us. So what we'll do is each of us panelists will read a short excerpt from our pieces in the book. The book also has some conversation sections where we addressed questions by email, and it kind of has a roundtable feel to it. And so we'll ask some of those questions of each other, or maybe some other questions that any of us might have, and then we'll move to the Q&A period. So let's see, maybe we'll just go in alphabetical order, if that works for folks. Akash, would you be willing to get us started with readings?
Okay, I'm just going to ask folks then to take a bit of a breath, because I'm starting heavy. And if you need to step back, step away, please feel free. Saying goodbye to Olivia in our final appointment one snowy December afternoon felt like saying goodbye to Sunchal all over again. Memories of my pregnancy stuck to the corners of the birth center clinic. Upstairs was a room with a tub and a bed where my baby and I were supposed to meet, but neither of us would ever see. Yet that night at the hospital, Olivia had cradled Sunchal's tiny body in her arms when I'd offered them to her, gently pulling the receiving blanket down from their chin to fully take in their features. Olivia alone knew these fragments of me I could no longer fit into my old life. Still, it was unfair of me to burden with her with this connection simply because I couldn't bear the thought of letting go. Perhaps she sensed my struggle. As we parted, she told me I could still text her. I said I wouldn't. I wasn't her problem anymore. She texted me the next morning instead. Nothing was easy as I tried to heal myself enough to be ready to call in a second baby. Friends left. They literally packed up, moved out of our home, and didn't look back. The provider who helped us conceive Sensual ghosted us. Every interaction hurt, and being alone with my thoughts was terrifying. 2 weeks after my last visit to the birth center, I had my first sips of alcohol in months, ushered Ami off to bed, and wrapped a cord around my neck. As the pressure built in my head, I realized how unsurvivable it would be for Ami to find me here in the morning. I let go and was flooded with a deep, deep shame. I berated myself for setting such a poor example for my dead child. The urge didn't go away. It persisted, it looped, it begged and cajoled me for hours upon hours, nearly every night and often in the day. Conceiving again was a struggle. I didn't have issues with fertility. I had issues with accessing trans-affirming and trauma-informed care. In my February and March cycles, I was so desperate for help with getting sperm inside me that I allowed an unsafe person to have access to my home, my family, my body. I was left catatonic, fatigued, and broken. The act of repeatedly saying yes to someone who was inside me out of fear of retaliation undid what little trust I had begun to find in myself after my body failed to hold my first child. I was afraid to be touched because I didn't believe in my own ability to say no or that others would respect my boundaries. But when my LH peaked in April, I didn't have to deal with anyone but Olivia, who helped me practice safe touch in the days ahead, and then cut short her ski trip performing her very first IUI to help us make a baby. I learned I was pregnant again on Mother's Day.
Thank you. All right. Amari, are you willing to go next?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you for that and for going first. Mine is in the form of an interview, so where to start? Okay. So Simon asks, what are some of the other tools or resources or community supports that you could have had that would have set you up for a transition to parenthood? If things had been ideal, what would it have looked like? And I said, community is not just friends and the other families. It's also the practitioners, the level of care of the doctors. Having a gender or a sexuality coach or doula would have been so helpful and supportive. I was very queer, but I had framed myself in a box of lesbianism, and then I was having a baby and people were disgusted. And then having a birth doula who is actually there to care for my needs, in particular to the feeding and things like that. I've never really been disappointed that I couldn't breastfeed my child, but I'm disappointed that I didn't get the care that I needed around it. For months, I walked around with hard breasts. In my brain, I was like, these look great because they look like breasts I've never seen or had on my body. And I've been dying to fit into this norm of femininity, right? But they hurt. They feel bad, and nobody is really sitting down to tell me what I can do or how I could have been feeding my baby from my body. Actually, I could have been pumping. I could have been pumping and giving my baby breast milk. You know something, I was kind of processing this a couple or even days ago, and mind you, this conversation was 2 years ago. I'm not thinking about having another kid, but I'm like, oh, this is what it feels like. There's a possibility to bring more into your life because you have a support system. I think this time around, if I did it, I would absolutely be equipped from every possible angle. If I could avoid it, you would not catch me going into hospitals. I would have all at home care up until birth. The one thing I would settle on is giving it on is going in for giving birth, getting an epidural, and being there for a few days and then getting the fuck out. I would have all that care. Even at this big age of my transness, I would have a gender doula. I would have a support that could be with me as my body changed, because I also understand now that uncontrollable things are fucking happening to me. That no matter how big and bad and trans, it will make me question my identity. And so I would definitely have that support. I would also have some type of navigator that could help me navigate social service systems. If I could have a harm reduction specialist, if I could have a personal support person, if I could have an eating disorder support person or a dietitian that was actually supporting me and the child I'm growing, if I could, I would have all those things and have it all well broken down to me as if this was my very first time. You need all aspects of care, right? And you deserve to have every facet of your life taken care of when you're literally carrying another human child inside of you. The picture that you paint of this supportive network of specialists and navigators and people who are attending to you, I love that. Do you want to say more about your relationship with consent and your body during pregnancy? That was Simon. Me, understanding the ownership of my body was really important because for the first time, I was experiencing a level of consent that I hadn't had before, even if it wasn't a full level of consent. People asked before touching my belly, and even though people only noticed my needs because I was carrying, my needs actually did matter. It did matter if I ate 3 times a day. It did matter if I drink water. It did matter what I was consuming and not consuming. I think those were really important factors of being pregnant that I subliminally carried. The ways that I looked for care and nurturing were much different post-pregnancy than they were pre-pregnancy, because I was just looking for a basic connection pre-pregnancy, and I would take anything I could get. I think post-pregnancy, because of that experience, I really did learn that there's a different kind of connection and a different level of care that people will give you or you can receive. It is much deeper than surface level. And I'll just close out this. What was your experience of community when you were pregnant? When I was pregnant, there was a very strong sense of community, and people wanted to protect me adjacent to carrying a person inside of me. I think that's important to note because that in and of itself creates a dialect of community that we don't generally tend to understand or have access to. If we could hold on to that a little bit more, as if everybody was carrying a something inside of them that was important to people, I think that would be so beneficial to community. Thank you.
Thank you. That piece about if we treated everyone as if they're carrying something important inside of them, is just one of those messages that just keeps coming back to me from this book, this whole project, and from our conversations. Thank you. I guess I'm next in alphabetical order, but Simone, do you want to go next, or should I go next?
I'm flexible. Why don't you go ahead and then you can feel less anxious.
Okay, sure, thanks. And I decided I'm switching gears. I was going to read about eating my placenta, which is kind of goofy. It was kind of a goofy experience and kind of a goofy bit of writing. But you all can just read that in the book, and I'll read this other part about gender. Pregnancy is the most stereotypically masculine experience that I've had. I was smelly and unapologetic and horny and strong and protective. I was impressively gassy. I dressed purely for comfort. I shed any remaining sexual currency I had retained as a not really passing F to M. I wore my body differently, performed gender differently, felt full of fatherhood. I was transitioning from a guy to a dad, which is part of fulfilling the normative male narrative. I was still flamboyantly queer, but there was a little bit of butch coming to roost. My gender identity stayed the same, but my experience of maleness broadened. I was shocked at how much I felt like Homer Simpson. I did not expect that from pregnancy. I was afraid one of the people in my midwifery team would call me her while I was in labor, and my emotional reaction would interfere with my ability to give birth. I thought I would be going along naturally, and her would trigger my cervix to snap shut like some angry sea creature, and I would be forced to rush off to the hospital for a C-section. My baby's genders. Of course, I wouldn't know anything about their genders until they told me, but there was a decision to be made about learning what their body parts were. I had a different partner for each baby. With my first, we decided to learn if he was an innie or an outie by ultrasound. We told everyone before he was born, thinking that when he was born, the excitement of he's here would be preferable to baby has a gender. Before I was even pregnant, we had names picked out, and after we had the ultrasound, we announced his name and pronouns. That worked out just fine. With my second, we waited to learn about his bits until he was born. We also waited until we met him to give him a name. We each came up with our own list of names and kept them secret from each other. I had a spreadsheet because that's how I am. We loved the names each other had chosen for him, so he ended up with 2 first names, 2 middle names, and a hyphenated last name. That worked out just fine too. Okay. Thank you. Simone, will you go ahead?
Yes, thank you to all of you, and thank you to all the attendees. Apologies in advance if I cry through any of this. It's a Scorpio full moon this weekend. Is everybody able to hear me okay? I wrote this a very long time ago, and then when Simon asked for contributions, I updated because I had another baby. So there's first kind of a free-flowing part to the chapter, and then another portion where I just talk about my experiences. So I'm going to read the free-flowing part in full, and then just take a couple of paragraphs from the other part. And I'll pause in between so that's clear to people. And please interrupt me if you're not able to hear me or if I'm going too fast. My body is a mother's body. It is not a young body with smooth lines from the thighs to the small of the back. Mine is a body of valleys, soft and reminiscent of uterine battles and pain. It is a jagged, unshaven landscape full of stretch marks and cowardly veins that collapsed under pregnancy weight. Mine is a body that managed a labor without contractions and the darkness of postpartum depression, as the light of my first child was brought into the world on a hot July day. I rocked this body around the bed, unable to loosen it free from panic, but kept it close to my child so that no matter what was breaking inside me, I'd keep him whole. My body is a mother's body. It is not a dancer's body with perfect posture and well-shaped legs. Mine is a body that knows what an obsession dance can be, but that movement no longer comes first. Though it responds to an inviting embrace of the Argentine tango, it does so with a reluctant and bothered ankle, broken weeks before the light of my second child was brought into the world on the day I too was born just 25 years prior. I crumbled under my own pressure onto a mailbox at the corner of Kings Highway and West 8th Street in Brooklyn. Cursing, I hopped home thinking that to labor with a broken limb is just what I needed. My body is a mother's body. It is not my mother's body with frail shoulders and cheeks full of Botox. Mine is a body of risks, piercings, and tattoo ink. When the light is right and the mirror is bribed, I can see what my lover finds gorgeous. And though I claw at my body because it does not always make sense to me, I remember how bravely it got me through my only labor without pain meds so far, as the light of my third child was rushed into the world at the Brooklyn Birthing Center. He was the biggest baby ever born to those midwives, and he was magic. My body is a mother's body. It was a geriatric pregnancy body when I carried my fourth child, a product of 3 queer people and a reciprocal in vitro fertilization procedure. It was a body healing from grief after my wife and I lost her pregnancy at 24 weeks, lucky to be in New York so that she could have a DNC procedure. It was a non-binary, agender body when I gave birth at home, surrounded by people who knew without a doubt that my body was capable of more than I had ever thought possible. When I now feel my body, I know that my body is a mother's body and is well worth the worship. So now I'm just going to read a few paragraphs of my reflection. Shortly before my second was born, I began to struggle with the category of woman into which I was born and raised. Once I admitted to myself that I couldn't finish the sentence, "I'm a woman because," and explored identities beyond the gender binary, I was able to more fiercely carve out a safe space for my children. Even though mothering to me does not mean I'm a woman, it adds to my invisibility as an agender person because of the assumption that if one has been pregnant and birthed 4 children, they're even more of a woman. It is as if the assumed gender of my children helped solidify my womanhood, when to me it undoes it. Instead of being groomed to be real men, quote unquote, my kids are raised free of gender norms, which allows them to develop their identities safely as they learn more and more about the world. And prior to learning about gender, each of them gives me a gift. As an agender person, moments when I'm not gendered are essential to my well-being and how I see myself. But they are rare. When my children are young, they're able to see me as Simone or mommy without gendering me or seeing me as different from them. Even when they have noticed physical differences between their bodies and mine, I have explained everything from menstruation to genital shape without attaching biology to gender. So when my kids look at me during those early years, their eyes are a place of freedom. In a way, motherhood has given me a way to find moments of validation for my agender identity, even if they are short-lived. I cannot say enough of these transformative experiences because I know what it feels like when a person with no preconceived notions of gender is able to see the real me. I'm an agender mother, and that is not a contradiction. Thank you.
Thank you, Simone. And hi, Jacoby. Thank you for joining us. I hate to do this, but we've all read, and so I wonder if you would be willing to jump in and read.
Sure. How long of a piece, Simon?
We're doing like around 3 minutes.
Okay. Sure. Hi, everyone. Thanks for welcoming me in late. The chapter is called Trans Body Magic: Experiments in Gender Expansive Parenting. My co-parent and I have been committed to gender expansive parenting since my germination, aware of the damage the gender binary can cause to so many of us, and interested in what happens if we don't parent in a way that conforms to the expectations of the gender binary. Our child was assigned male at birth, and in the beginning, we used he, him pronouns rather than gender-neutral pronouns, mostly because we live in Utah, and I, as a trans parent, didn't want to be fielding the pronoun discussion at every school drop-off or playground encounter. We have told Gigi in child-appropriate language how our family was made and who played what role. She has known that she's a seahorse child and that I'm a seahorse papa since she could grasp narratives and stories. She knows what is required to make a baby is an egg, a sperm, and a uterus, but that those elements can be present in a variety of different bodies. We taught her about anatomy and that of her anatomy and that of others, and have maintained since the very beginning that people of any gender can have any variety of genitals. Choices for children remain so gendered, from toys to clothes to extracurricular activities. We knew the world would throw everything considered masculine at our male-assigned child, and so we skewed toward the feminine, trying to ultimately achieve a balance. We use gender neutral words such as parents, grandparents, and kids, and we have avoided providing a narrative about the gender binary. Gigi has always had many trans, genderqueer, non-binary people in her life with a variety of non-gendered titles, such as Gunkel. When Gigi was very young, we dressed her in dresses and pants, really anything cute, and largely shopped in the girls' aisle at the consignment shop. The clothes in that aisle are just cuter. We have honored her interest in construction vehicles and also decorated them with sparkles. What we found after Gigi was 2 years old was that she had a genuine preference for all things shiny, sparkly, and colorful. I once bought her a pretty basic REI long underwear top for her florist school when she was 4 years old, and she scoffed at it, saying, "Too plain, Papa." From early in her life, because of her clothing and hair that has never been cut, Gigi was read as a girl on the playground. After a day of trans visibility rally at the state capitol when Gigi was 4, she told us that she is trans and asked to use they, them pronouns. 6 months later, she said she's a girl and uses both he and she words. When she began identifying as a girl, we didn't know if it was a mirror of the world, assuming that she is a girl because of her hair and dress, or because that's her authentic identity. We imagined that this may change, and we're here for the ride of her own self-discovery. Along the way, I've told Gigi about my own experience of being trans. When I tell her about the discrimination I've faced due to transphobia, from being fired for being trans to being called her mom, she snuggles into me or gives me a kiss. I'm clear that I'm not looking for her to take care of me in that moment, but that I want to share with her, through my lived experience, that the world can misunderstand us or be hostile towards us as trans people. So far, I haven't told her about the laws here in the state of Utah and nationally that criminalize our use of the bathroom and prevent her from participating in sports divided by the gender binary. I want to protect her from that fear for as long as I can while ensuring her safety and supporting her interests. I want to give her time to root into who she is, to have that deep knowing before the world casts doubt or asks for proof. In the extracurricular activities she takes part in, my co-parent has written up an incredible one-sheet explanation about who Gigi is and how teachers and instructors can protect her and treat her well. So far, her climbing, swimming, and dance instructors have been enthusiastic about protecting and supporting her. It's quite a joy to share a trans identity with my child, even as we have different gender presentations in the world. I would never have anticipated that fellowship as I became a seahorse papa. My child schools me in gender sometimes. If I use a pronoun for someone I don't know, she corrects me, telling me, "You don't know they use a he word, Papa." She scoffs when we enter a binary toilet and celebrates gender neutral toilets. She knows that families and love can look so many different ways and that no way is better than another. My child and our relationship give me hope for the better world I've been working for my entire adult life. She is free from the gender binary. She expects to be treated with kindness and honesty and greets others with curiosity and generosity. My experience giving birth connected me more deeply to my body's power and capacity, and I feel more deeply rooted in my trans body, heart, and mind than before my germination. I feel more trans than ever, a further becoming of myself through my perinatal experience and parenting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for sharing your stories. I love hearing your writing. Even having read them over and over again, it's just all of your stories touch me so much. Simone, I was wondering if you'd be willing to tell us a little bit more about your project that you're working on.
Yeah, absolutely. Just like this one, it's many years in the making, and it's very intertwined with what's going on in society. When I was envisioning my second book, my first was called Everyday Violence, the Public Harassment of Women and LGBTQ People. And it was based on my dissertation research here in New York City. When I was thinking about my second book, I wanted to make it less academic and more personal. And at the time, and still everybody needed to I thought everybody needed to expand their ideas of reproductive justice to include trans and non-binary people. I was teaching women's studies. I was a college professor for 14 years. So I collected data with about 55 trans, non-binary, gender expansive people, as well as providers like doulas, midwives, nurses, to have a conversation about what our journeys look like. And I wasn't able to transcribe those interviews at the time because I was fired from my position as a professor due to libs of TikTok, sending my TikToks to the administration. And in the TikToks, I was talking about Roe v. Wade being overturned and how I feel about the enemies that we all share. I stand by that TikTok. I'm fine with, the way my life turned out. It's when I moved away from all institutions and launched my life coaching business, in which I help autistic, queer, and trans people figure out everything in their life. But because Roe v. Wade was overturned and that was traumatizing for so many people, and the rest of us in the community were preparing for some actions that I will not mention here as activists, I kind of left the transcription and the data of the book for a bit. This year, I'm returning to it. It's now many years later after data collection in 2021. And I'm going to finish transcribing it and figuring it out and, publishing it. So hopefully within the next few years, because it's even more important now. I'll give you a couple of things I learned from the research, and the way I structured the book is about early experiences with healthcare, which then create very difficult journeys as far as reproduction goes. Because if you, as a trans person, trans teen, trans young person, or actually just as a person in general, had really traumatizing experiences with healthcare, you're not going to trust healthcare settings or professionals to take you through something vulnerable like pregnancy. And so I'm going to talk first about those early experiences for people and kind of really go after healthcare as an institution that's transphobic, racist, homophobic, ableist, fatphobic, all of that. And then I'm going to talk about the different journeys that exist, because obviously they don't all end in pregnancy. And so, there needs to be a discussion about how trans folks require abortion, how they go through miscarriage, how they go through pregnancy that doesn't end in a live child and all that. So I have a variety of experiences, and also just my own life is an example of those experiences. And then there's other components, but at the end, just to kind of shorten this, I'm creating a way for healthcare professionals to be better if they care to, that it doesn't just pay lip service to putting rainbow stickers everywhere. Like, what would my participants actually require from a place to be not just trans affirming, but like celebratory of trans and non-binary identities in reproduction. And of course, I want to have a discussion just largely about reproductive justice and expanding it to not only include trans and non-binary people, but have it be an intersectional conversation that, connects this conversation to, necropolitics and ecological disasters, and like all ways that we can talk about how we're connected to our environment and what Indigenous people have been talking about for the longest anyway, and how that connects to the way labor has been treated and mistreated by institutions, and who holds autonomy over their body and who can have home births in the first place. I was lucky to have a home birth in my last pregnancy, but that same year, many of our colleagues and friends who were Black couples in New York City were not able to have home births in the same way because they were surveilled and policed for it. And so even that experience, has to I have to talk about whiteness as part of like who can even have a trans home birth, which is, by the way, life-saving, absolutely in every way. And so there's another component around disability justice in the book, because most of us are neurodivergent and chronically ill and disabled. And so that component is going to come through in the book as well, because that, again, is why we don't trust the medical system. So that's a little bit about it.
Thank you so much for sharing about that. I'm so excited to read it when it comes out. And is there a way for folks who are interested in hearing about it when it comes out to get more information? Where can we know when it's available?
Yeah, I mean, so I'm not officially part of any institution, and I'm wondering if I'm gonna run it through Rutgers University Press, who published my first book, or maybe consider Firestorm or other independent, publishing people. So people can always contact me first and foremost at my email, but also if you just go to defiantlifecoaching.com, you can subscribe to my newsletter at the bottom, and then I will be announcing things like that in my newsletter to all my subscribers, but also on every single platform, especially on TikTok, where I'm happiest. You can find me as Defiant Life Coaching, and it will be announced there as well.
So thank you. Thinking about early experiences with healthcare and how that can impact our ability to access reproductive healthcare brings up a lot for me, and I feel like that's something that a lot of us talked about in the book, because that's one of those, like, as healthcare is so tied in our current system to pregnancy and birthing, and also a lot of times is tied with transness, and there's this sort of medicalized model. A lot of times our genders get medicalized, and also our pregnancies get medicalized. And there was a question in the Q&A that came up, and I know I said we would kind of like ask questions among ourselves first, but this just feels like a really good bridge to that, so I'm going to bring it up. And this person has asked, someone mentioned the fear that the midwife using her would make their cervix snap shut in labor. Beautiful poetic language and deeply relatable. I'd be keen to learn more about trans birth stories to try and shrink that fear. And I'm wondering about birth stories, if people would be willing to share stories about how their gender was approached during pregnancy or birth, and how they moved through that, whether it was being misgendered or whether gender being dealt with in a way that was appropriate. And wondering if folks could speak to that.
I will start by saying that, like, it's pretty hard for people to read me as a woman. I have a beard, and you can see me, so so I was not misgendered in my pregnancies or births. And I want to speak to this question a little bit more broadly, because what I want to say. I had my first pregnancy. I gave birth at 21 weeks. And so my first child died from just preterm birth. My second pregnancy, I gave birth at 34 weeks. I was hoping to have an out-of-hospital birth, but 34 weeks is still quite early. So I ended up giving birth in the hospital. And then I have had a third pregnancy that was not documented in the writing of a couple of years ago. And that pregnancy went to 40 weeks and 2 days, and I was able to have a birth out of the hospital. My second two birthing experiences were both non-medicated births. I wanted, my water broke early for my second, it was my first time with my water breaking, because my first baby was born in call. And so I didn't know what was happening. And I was like, but I don't think I just pissed myself. in bed. And so my water breaking was the start of that labor. And I had a cerclage. I had a something tying my cervix shut at the time that had to be removed. I'm jumping in just with sharing birth stories. I hope that's okay, because I think that there's a piece of this that like my body was like under threat and surveillance from the start of that labor, and saying my water broke at this time. And when I got to triage, they're like, was it 8:15 or 8:20 or 8:30? We need to know exactly what time, because you have 24 hours from then if you're going to do this on your own, or we need to intervene, basically. And this was like with a perinatologist I still deeply trust. I mean, she was really like had my back, and is a part of a medical system that's trying to prevent their worst outcomes. So risk averse, I guess I would say. And so there was just so much surveillance. But as I it's sort of this combination of like my own, how I respond to threat, which is kind of like fucking try me, right? So I completely dilated exactly 24 hours after my water broke. They were coming in like not thinking that I was in transition, but I was like, I'm fucking in transition. What are you all doing? Sorry, I'm cursing. I think the like childbirth thing. So I ended up dilating completely right at that time. And then there was like a rush of like 10 different providers, because my baby was preterm and they were expecting like this big resuscitation. And so it was a teaching hospital. So for every attending provider, there's like resident, student, all of these other people. And that rush of people and that kind of rush of surveillance, my body just like shut down. I had no contractions. They were like, whenever I did have a little something, it was like, ugh, like that. It was nothing. But I really was determined to push my baby out. It took like 4.5 hours with no, like hardly any contractions, to push my baby out. And with my 40-week, my post-term baby, it was a different setting. It was a birth center, with the midwife that I've worked with now and known and been friends with for some time. But my body still needed to feel safe. Like I would go, we did a membrane sweep to get labor started. I started to have contractions. I came home. Things sort of like started to peter out. I had an appointment the next day at the clinic. As soon as I went to the clinic and I was like with Olivia, my contractions started up again. And then I came home and they sort of petered out. And then the next day I was like, I'm just gonna like hang out. My family and I were gonna walk the streets near the clinic where I know she's there. And as soon as I parked the car, my body was like, okay, we're ready to be in labor. So this question of like how the body is, not just the cervix, right? Like the cascade of hormones that need to happen and the feedback loop that needs to happen, even if it's not around being misgendered. I think this idea of having to navigate safety is one that might be present no matter the setting. I think for me by that time, it wasn't so much that I was going to have some sort of medical mistreatment. More so, I had to be a parent. I was like, okay, so how are we going to get my toddler where they need to be? And like being at home, I was in parent mode, and being at the clinic, I could put that down. And ended up being able to give birth and like catch my own baby in the water, which was really cool. So I'm sorry, that was a long-winded response, but hopefully a helpful piece of like, how have you had to navigate safety and how do you do that best? Because that might be a big component of how you keep yourself laboring.
Yeah, that safety is such a huge piece. I'm wondering if anybody else wants to share birth stories
I'm happy to go last, or I'm happy to go now. I wanted to talk about it first with my fourth. And the pronoun thing. It was also really important for me not to be heard at any point, or for any of my team to kind of do the whole like, women do this all the time. They are so strong, and you can do it too. Whatever. So I had to coach each of them, even though they were queer and like multiply marginalized. I did not get a trans doula. It was just not yet in my, periphery. And now I have a lot of people that I know who are, trans birth workers. But at the time, they were all cis, my midwife and my doula. So I talked them through how important it was that they don't use that language, so that I don't have to argue or teach during labor. And then if I'm okay with folks coming in who are students, which I welcomed into my house, they have to kind of abide by the same, rules if they want to learn, because I thought it was important in the last 2 pregnancies to have students so that they know like how to help a trans person through labor too, and someone who's not using medication, and someone who's at a birthing center, and someone who's doing it at home. So that was really important, but they needed to kind of be quiet. So I just made sure that in order for me to feel safe, that's what I need. But as far as birth stories, it's really often about like how hospitals have monopolized birth, right? And the AMA and all of that throughout the 20th century, and how they make you feel scared and small and infantilized. And then they, overdo the Pitocin, the C-sections, the whatever. So when I was younger, I didn't know that that was how things go. I was 21 or something. And so I had one of those typical scary birth stories in the hospital where, I was not dilated, but it's my first baby, so it takes a long time. And then they were like, let's put you on Pitocin, which for me slowed down my contractions. And that happens a lot for people. And so like Dr. Akash, or Dr. Kishore rather, but I like when my students call me Dr. Simone. So that's what I do as well to other people with the title. But when I stopped having contractions and they were like, it's time for a C-section, I was like, no, like, you cannot do this. This is what typically happens. I'm not interested in a C-section. I'm going to deliver him out of spite just by pushing him out. As a result, obviously, I had a prolapse, an episiotomy, all of these things that need to be discussed as well, because it impacts our chronic illness down the line, or any transition procedures that we would be undergoing anyway. So I gave birth to him out of spite, and everybody thought that I was crazy, but I was actually not crazy, or, you know what I mean? I know myself, and I knew that a C-section is a much bigger event that I wanted to prevent. And then I was so traumatized from that labor and being at the hospital that I did have severe postpartum depression that I think changed my life. And then, I had to be on meds, and still do have to be on meds for the rest of it. But I think that hospital experience contributed greatly to that shift in my brain chemistry. And so I wanted to prevent that from my second one. And so I switched hospitals when I was pregnant with my second child. By then I was already agender, and wanted, like more safety. And I knew how hospitals are not only dangerous in terms of like medical neglect, but just transphobic. And so I didn't tell anyone to use they, them pronouns. I just kept it, to she, her, I guess. And I was just like, maybe I could just get over it, and I'll go there later. And I did. I went there later, and got my epidural and delivered the child. And there's so much, there's so much fear around the baby too. So like there's fear that you feel internally, but like this one was born and had fluid in their lungs, and then had to be in the NICU. And so I had trauma around that and being away from the baby. And I got super sick, and I still needed to be on antidepressants. And so there's all this like postpartum stuff around breastfeeding and risk assessment and stuff. And so then I was like, I can't do this, like I really don't want to experience this kind of thing again. And then when I was teaching, one of my students at Brooklyn College became a midwife in the meantime. And she was like, Professor, you really got to check out like other places like birthing centers. And I was like, no, I'm not one of those white people with kombucha and like chanting and whatever. Like I'm a scientist, whatever. I was just, making all these assumptions. And so then I was just like, okay, let me go check out the birthing center. And this, I have to say, is sad because this birthing center was the only freestanding birthing center in Brooklyn, in New York, in general, and it's closed now. So there are no freestanding birthing centers. And so somehow I got into that time period where I could. And what I had to do was lie and avoid certain appointments so that they wouldn't say my baby's too big and I wouldn't be risked out to go and have to have a hospital birth. So I missed some of those appointments, missed them, whatever. And because I knew the baby was kind of big and I just needed to play these people and play the medical system. And I did what I needed to do for myself. And so I knew that my midwife was experienced. And when I showed up to the birthing center, she knew too that the baby was kind of big. And she was like, I think you're going to have to deliver on your back, because the idea at the birthing centers, you don't have to do what they force you to do at the hospital. And so I wanted to deliver on my all fours in the bathtub. And she said, no, we're going to, did you get your scan? And I was like, no, I missed the scan. I was so sick. I don't know. And so anyway, he comes out nearly 11 pounds, which is why I wrote that he was the biggest baby at the birthing center. And had I gone to the scans, they would have risked me out to the hospital. I trusted this midwife. She ran the center. And so I also trusted my body, and I trusted that just because he's 11 pounds does not mean that there's any risk to me or to the baby. And so, yeah, I delivered really well. There were all of these 20 students lined up, and I cursed the entire time. So to your point about cursing, I was like, I need somebody who's okay with me cursing. So whoever of you students are okay with that and can curse at me back, this is the person who's going to support me, because it's a really big baby. And so and then it was just such a great experience. I went home 5 hours later. And so by the time my fourth pregnancy came around, I was just like, no, I have to do this at home. And I already mentioned some of the elements there. And it was the best labor because I delivered him in water, and I had a doula. I can't speak enough of her. Like her, I'm going to put her name into chat because she's a huge advocate around this stuff anyway. Hold on a second. How do I go into chat? And here, you can look up her work. Not just as a birth worker, because she's part of documentaries on birthing and activism around birthing in New York and in general. So, so that last labor was great because nobody used the wrong pronouns, and nobody called me a woman, and nobody gendered the baby. And it was the only one I had at night, like in the middle of the night. And then unfortunately, New York shut down the day after because of the pandemic. And I just had the absolutely most traumatizing postpartum period in that instance in New York City, where we were all so terrified. And I had an infant. And so what I mean by that is that because I had him at home, we didn't have to interact with infection-full hospitals at the time. And my midwife and my doula came to see me at home, and they were masking by then. And so I'm still masking 6 years later and stuff because of how many people we lost in New York. In conclusion, after speaking with a lot of trans birth workers for my book, there's a lot of work being done in the community, I think, about teaching cisgender birth workers how to interact with trans clients. And this is just kind of ongoing because it's hit and miss, and so even when the birth worker is trans, because we have such a huge number of identities under the trans umbrella, that still doesn't guarantee that they will be like trauma informed or not racist, for example, or something. Like, you have to kind of be like, hey, you got to be okay with all of these identities and the identities of my partners and like the baby, so I don't think it's just gender, right? Like, you got to coach people to be like, please don't say any of these things and stuff. And it's a lot of emotional labor on the trans person who shouldn't really be doing that. But that's just the reality, what we need to do. So thank you.
Thank you. Amari or Jacoby, do either of you want to share on this topic?
Sure. I was in public health care most of the time. Um, I was very, disconnected from the experience because the experience that I had during while I was pregnant was traumatizing. Um, due to the experiences that I was having in my relationship that I had been groomed in, and the relationships that I had in community. And I experienced a lot of violence during my pregnancy that sort of shaped how I saw myself later on in the pregnancy. So in some of my story, I just talk about how, yeah, growing up, I was surrounded mostly by white people. So, I had a lot of white hands, white bodies around me telling me what to do, how I should do things, including my own white family and mother. And so, um, I think looking back, uh, I really just relied on the safety of whiteness to protect me at the time, because I didn't have any other safety. And again, when I was completely on my own, yeah, I was in some really deadly, pretty nasty situations. So, um, but I think that I do remember it sort of just all being very hazy. Not really too much explained. You just kind of get the basic information in public health care. Here's all the stuff. Do you have any questions? On to the next appointment. Um, I remember specifically doctor telling me when, um, my doctor telling me when my child would be due, and she was like, "But don't have it on this day or on this weekend because I'm gonna go on vacation." And I'm just like, "Okay, yeah, no, I'm gonna be on vacation." I'm like, "Okay, yeah, no, I'll just hold the baby in." And I just remember it being a very interesting experience, that I was very dissociated from. And at the time, it wasn't really until after my pregnancy that I even began to understand what transness was. Um, I think that I communicated through my sexuality. That's how I saw the world, was through my sexuality. And so, um, my body, the terms of which I was having the baby, mhm, the way people treated me was all defined by my sexuality, and sort of this identity that I was quote unquote creating, um, per a lot of community. And mind you, I was 19, so just turning. By the time I had my child, I was almost 20, and I dropped out of high school, got my GED, and I had been on the streets, on and off the streets for quite a few years. And how does that all play in just to the role of autonomy and safety? Well, I didn't have any. I was a kid. I was a child being groomed by a 29-year-old, in a house full of other adults who were grooming other children. My friends at 19 were, anywhere between 16 and also 19, depending, because again, I was a youth on the streets. And, so safety and autonomy was a myth to me. And so, yeah, I really looked to and relied and depended on the whiteness around me to define what that was. Um, so much so that all of, the entirety of my pregnancy really was a blur. Um, I spent a lot of time fighting with on and off with the baby father. I spent a lot of time still, just kind of floating around in the life that I lived before, which was drinking and being on the streets, just not doing those things, you know? Um, with sort of this just like army of people around me that were like, no, 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 like you can come with us, but like don't touch them because they're the pregnant person. They got the precious baby inside. While also sort of being in the hospitals and the healthcare systems that I had already been a part of for a long time, in my own way, which were, yeah, just, basic public healthcare systems. So it was very, I think much like Akash was saying is I was thinking about, and I think also maybe Simon mentioned this too, but just thinking about being a parent. I was in the hospital room like, what the fuck am I going to do now? I've done all of this. I have this baby in my hands, crying, screaming, throwing up. You know, I'm crying, screaming, throwing up in here. It's been a long road. I'm here. What am I going to do? So, I think that for it's interesting being in a book uh, that is about transness and the expansiveness of transness and gender identity in within pregnancy, because at the time that I was pregnant and when I was experiencing pregnancy, I was not seeing myself through a lens of gender. I was seeing myself through a lens of sexuality, which inevitably was rooted in gender. I mean, my entire femme identity was based off of being a girl that liked other girls. Um, and I think I'll just say that the amount of betrayal that people felt because of my pregnancy, I think really shifted how I saw things and how I saw myself. It immediately removed me from the experience, and it became about my body and what I was doing with it. My father's reaction was, "I thought you were a lesbian." Girl, okay. And it's just like, yeah, it really immediately I was removed from the experience because it was just like, "Oh, I thought you were queer. I thought you were gay. I thought you were this. I thought you were that." Um, yeah, and I think from being racialized as a Black, brown girl to being sexualized as a Black, brown girl and person, um, and then being underserved and underseen and underrepresented in the medical system as a Black, brown girl, yeah, left me with a very disillusioned experience. So, um, yeah, beyond that, I just completely relied on what everybody around me decided was safe and told me was the right thing, and was what I should be doing or how I should be doing it, because all the choices I was making were quote unquote wrong, and or just weren't aligned with what being a parent at 19, homeless and houseless and addicted on the streets was gonna look like. And everybody else had their decisions made for me. They already decided for me what I was gonna do. They already decided, you know, what kind of parent I was gonna be. They already decided that I was gonna be a drug addicted, bipolar Black girl parent. And so, yeah, whatever that idea of safety was, was far from me. So I think it was really after pregnancy. It was really after pregnancy that you saw me pop out, because I was like, I do want to name and close with two things. Is like, first, all of this separation that I'm talking about has also equaled in the separation that I'm currently still in with my child from the processes that I've been in. Even when Simon and I did this interview, he was 15 in a part of my life. He's now 17 and emancipated and living on his own, right? And And then, you know, I think that the other part too is there were those parts of me that, like, once all that was gone, like, I didn't have the baby anymore, the breasts were gone, all that stuff was gone. I was able to sort of take hold of myself in a way because, much like Dr. Simone mentioned, there was a resistance that I had towards everything after that. I was like, fuck y'all and fuck this. Y'all bashed me around, drug me around, told me what I was going to do just for me not even to end up with the baby anyway. And to still be out here by myself, having to fend for myself in my life, while everybody continues to demonize me. So, you know, I took on full force what safety and, you know, bodily autonomy and all that stuff was gonna look like for me after that for sure. So
Thanks so much, Amari. I feel like we could, I don't know, I want to keep this conversation going so much because I feel like there are so many rich threads happening, and I appreciate so much what everyone is sharing. Also, I want to be mindful of our time, and I know that there are a couple more questions, and I'm wondering, Liberty, would you be willing to hop in and help us with the Q&As?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a couple great questions that folks have written out for us. Maybe we could just start with one that is pretty specific for Akash. Somebody has said, thank you for sharing about your loss and grief journey in pregnancy. I'm on a similar path. I'm a trans man pregnant again after an infertility road and a 14-week loss a year ago. I'm wondering how or if your relationship to your body shifted or changed in your pregnancy after loss, and anything that kept you grounded in your pregnancy after loss.
Thank you for the question. I'm really sorry to hear about your loss. Yes, I think the answer, yes, my relationship to my body has changed so much. I think in all directions. I've at times navigated like a lot of self-hate and betrayal within my body and judgment for parts. Like I did not know, I wouldn't have known that I had what's an insufficient, incompetent, whatever the term, that the cervix, which maybe, I wouldn't have known that if I hadn't gone on this journey. And then I questioned so much, is it my geriatric age? Is it the tea I've been on for years? Is it something I did? And there's not a lot of information, and the information that's there that says no, it's not, but not having control or not having, something to point to is really unsatisfying and terrifying. And so I feel like I battled a lot of that. And then my relationship to my gender also shifted. And I also had this strong desire to be pregnant again soon. One, I think this my body felt like it still should be, because essentially it was like halfway done when Central was born. And then I think the other part of that was wanting my kids to share cells, and feeling, knowing that there's like some of those neonatal or infant cells of the pregnancy you carry stay in the body. And so I wanted my next baby to share Essential's cells and get to inhabit a home that was a shared home. So that felt important and sacred. And then I think in my first pregnancy, I felt extremely, like Amari had said, that like I thought you were a lesbian. Mine was like, well, what bathroom are you going to use now? Like, has not changed. But that was my mom's first comment when I shared that I was pregnant. And so I think I was just navigating so many other people's projections. I didn't even have a chance to come into the joy of what I was doing. And in my second pregnancy, because it was so close, I think there was a lot of terror of kind of the same thing happening. And then right at the tail end of kind of crossing that hurdle of that 21-week mark and into like viability, I had a lot of like relationship stuff come up that, I just never had a chance to just be like proud in that. And in my third pregnancy, like as I was choosing to get pregnant, like my goal was like the theme of that pregnancy was joy for me. And so it was something that I reached for all the time. And I just, like being out and it was also like it was a July baby. So I was like hella pregnant, peak summer, where I was, and winter pandemic baby where everything was kind of hidden. And so to be out in public and like very obviously pregnant, and some people are like, what a beer belly you must have. And some people like, you were like seeing it and then like laughing or there were a lot of reactions, but I felt very grounded and like, my body is doing something that you don't think it should be able to do. That's pretty rad, that's pretty, like, that's amazing. And how sorry for you that either maybe your body can't, like with some of the cis men that were like pointing and, like very obviously making fun of me, but like, I think there was a chance for me to like really be proud of what my body could do, but that wasn't accessible to me in my pregnancy right after my first. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, thank you for that wonderful answer. I know that we are kind of coming into the end of our event, and there's two more questions in the Q&A, both of which would be great next conversation. So I'm just going to read both of them because I think they're appropriate to anyone who might want to answer, and then I'll let you all decide what you want to respond to. So the first question is from someone who is anticipating a pregnancy and asks, as someone who passes as a cis male, but gender confuses people a lot, how was it navigating public life pregnant, and did it affect your mind a lot to stop T? I thought this was a good kind of building off of the story that was just shared. So maybe people would have things they want to share about that. But then there's additionally a question from Jenny that says, I'm curious to hear about what anecdotes you've all found helpful in processing and dealing with the surveillance and self-body policing that have come up during pregnancy, and how you've shed that to avoid modeling that for your babes. I think that's also a really useful and interesting prompt. So either of those that people might want to respond to, I think that'll probably carry us through to the end of the event. And people should just jump in.
Sure. Yeah, thanks for the questions. And yeah, I think, like I said, post-pregnancy, it's just sort of something that I pushed out of. I mean, I think it pushed me out of my shell, especially being pregnant and experiencing all of that at such a young age. I mean, let's be clear, age does matter, right? It's not just a number, right? That's been ingrained in us through rape culture, but it's not just a number. I was a 19-year-old. I was an, at the time, barely 18-year-old girl when this grown man met me, and I was barely out of high school. So, you know, I think that while those awful things were happening, I was also just at a normal, stellar age where these types of things may have happened anyway, that self-expression busting out. And I think that my healing process was pushed through by expressing myself harder. I went from, you know, whatever image I was trying to create of lesbianism to fit into, to pure, like, fuck this, punk rock, like, shaved my head for the first time. You know, all of that stuff came right out. And I think that, and I'm trying to be not careful, but I will never glorify my experience that I went through because it's not glorious or beautiful. And there's been a lot of loss that has come from that, both physical and spiritual and mental. And again, these very natural, real processes that I experienced were pushed through by this. And, you know, that type of pressure actually doesn't leave you. Because then you're a parent after that. And then you're really being surveilled. And so that's not to downside all this, say there's not positivity, because I think we're all catching on to that. But those types of things, they don't leave you. So you learn to resist them. And I will also say that 2 seconds ago, I might have been like, oh, unfortunately, I don't think I had that access to pass that down to my child. But actually, even through some of the hurt that I caused, even through the hurt that I experienced, even through some of the hurt that I caused, I think that still, by showing up fiercely as who I was, even when who I am wasn't the right parent for them, they learned to model also that behavior as well, to push through and to still be themselves. You know, and so I think that something that happens naturally, whether you get the ultimate quote unquote parent experience or not, is, you know, you learn to resist a little bit harder, and that reverberates. And they catch on to that.
Thanks for that, Mari. I'm gonna speak to the question about navigating passing and being pregnant. I moved from Massachusetts to Utah while I was pregnant, and Western Massachusetts has a lot of queer folks and a lot of queer pregnancies and a lot of trans pregnancies. And coming to Utah, I wasn't sure what I was gonna get into. Knowing about the LDS Church and how it treats queer and trans people, but also not even thinking about how big birth work is here in Utah, because the Mormon folks have a lot of babies. So there's lots of opportunities. And because of that, because there's like a lot of births, there's a lot of birth workers, there's actually a lot more diversity of birth workers than I would expect. I'm a yoga teacher, and so my body is like always on display and in my work, and like, so in some ways my pregnancy was really public, but also I had just moved from a place that I was like fairly known and more just more in the spotlight to like being the new person. And so I just not knowing what kind of culture I was getting into here, I kept my mouth shut and didn't talk about my pregnancy, but like my body was obviously changing. And until 39 weeks, when I announced to my students, like, you're not going to see me for a while because I'm going to be giving birth. I'm taking a break from teaching, and I think that kind of like, because I didn't open room for questions or prodding, people didn't approach me with it. But I'll also say my own experience and that of several of my prenatal yoga students is like there are certain like there's certain kinds of like societal support that are given to people that are recognizably pregnant, and I didn't get it. I remember being like going to work in New York and taking a flight, and I was like, shit, I don't know if I can get my suitcase down, and like I also don't know if I can ask someone to get my suitcase down. So there's like some questions of like, do I receive the support that's out there for pregnant women and out myself, or do I deny myself the support? Like on New York City subways, right? There's like plaques everywhere that says, you know, give up your seat for the elderly, the disabled, and pregnant people. And I could have asked for that, but I would have been outing myself as trans, or being misgendered, right? And like that was kind of a head trip, and I think caused me a lot of grief too. Like I want I want people to do nice things to me too, and I kind of want to be asked by a random stranger at a coffee shop about my pregnancy. And also I'll say, after I gave birth, when our kid was like 7 days old, we took a walk to the local bookstore, and my partner, who reads as a woman, was carrying the child right up next to her chest, and someone was like, "How old's the baby?" And we're like, 7 days. And they turned to my partner and they're like, "You look great." And she's like, "Thanks." And we just kind of like gave each other a knowing look, like they have no idea that I was the one who birthed this child, and I'm gonna let them. Like I don't want to deal with their like ideas about gender, conversations around gender, like when we're just trying to go to the bookstore like anyone else and just taking a walk with our baby like other parents of newborns. So I'll say there was lots of those questions, kind of consistently.
I just want to jump in here, Jacoby, because I echo so much of that. And mine was like fresh off of giving birth to my second, where they were in the NICU, and the nurse came in and asked my wife if she'd given birth yet, while I was in the hospital bed with the IV attached to my arm. Because I think there's sort of like this core of me that like wishes to have been like, to be seen, to be acknowledged for like all of the work that my body has done, to grow humans, to grow multiple humans. And that is there, while also this other self that I've constructed is like, I love getting to construct, I love getting to deconstruct and create and build and confuse people sometimes. Like that can be fun. And I think both of those things exist at once. So I think just acknowledging the questions, I think that both of those energies are present. And for me, it's important to like make space internally for both. Like, yeah, sometimes this hurts. And then sometimes I'm like, this is beautiful and amazing. And maybe it's both of those things at the same time.
Did you want to jump in and share a story?
No, I was just gonna ask if Simon wants to share or if we have other questions.
I think that's a great prompt, Simon. If you'd like to share, we'd love to hear from you. And then I think probably we'll close it out.
Sure. There's so much from all the questions, and I'm kind of awash in listening right now, and so I don't have an immediate response. I do want to circle back a little bit to the cervix snapping shut, because that was something that was a big concern of mine, and that did not end up happening. I just want to give closure on that story. I had 2 births since that worry, and one was at an out-of-hospital birth center, and the other was in hospital because my baby was quite late. And both times, if anybody misgendered me, I didn't hear it. And I don't think that happened, but also I was in such a primal state that I was not really, I was so self-contained, which I'm glad that I was able to be, but I'm pretty sure that it didn't happen because I had time to build trust with my caregivers beforehand, and I was fortunate to have really wonderful caregivers. I didn't know the people who, my midwife went with me to the hospital, and my doula went with me to the hospital. There were some people from the hospital, which was a teaching hospital, who I didn't know, and one of them was awful for other reasons. She was just trying to force me into interventions and stuff that I wasn't interested in, and was being really pushy. So I had someone put a sign on the door that she wasn't allowed in the room, and that worked. So but I think I was just a lot more assertive and direct than I had been was culturally ingrained for me. I grew up in Salt Lake City. It's a coincidence that Jacoby and I both have this Salt Lake City connection, but and my parents raised me to speak up for myself and stuff, but still there's this cultural norm that I had really taken on, and I just didn't have any interest in being polite or whatever. The whole thing, I was like, this is about me and my family, and so you can either respect us or fuck off, basically. And that worked. So I did, birth and labor and all of that did have other ups and downs, and there were complications and things, but fortunately I didn't get sent off by someone using the wrong pronouns. And I'm happy to, if people have further questions or follow-ups, or even want to, me to be a relayer of questions to the other panelists or anything, I'm happy to share my email address, and I will put it in the chat.
Thank you for that. This conversation's been amazing and unique in so many ways. I am confident it will be a resource to people who needed to hear all of these stories. And I also just want to appreciate the incredible generosity of everyone on the panel in sharing these stories, which are vulnerable and hilarious and sad. And it's just, an incredible constellation of experience. And I think we are at the end of our time together, unfortunately. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's been a huge honor to get to host this conversation.
Thank you all.
Yes, thank you all. Thanks, Firestorm, and all panelists and guests.
Thanks, everyone.
Take care and good night.
Good night.
Okay. How was everyone's experience with gender expansive pregnancy? Hang on, let me put the chat on the screen so you guys can see what you are saying, because of course That is the most important thing, that you guys can actually see what you're saying on the screen. How was everyone's experience with gender expansive pregnancy? How the hell do I find these groups? I've been doing this a long ass time is how I find these groups. I've been doing this a long ass time. That was everything I hoped it would be and more. Now, for people who joined during the stream, that was a live call. That was a live discussion about a book literally called Gender Expansive Pregnancy. And we heard some doozies of a thing on that call. Listen, every time I think I really can't be shocked by this stuff anymore, we listen to something that literally like makes my jaw drop. When you see those reactions on the screen, okay, maybe I'm hamming it up slightly, but like those are actually my genuine reactions. I'm not like totally playing it up for the camera. Maybe just a little bit because you're on the internet, like you have to exaggerate some things. But like when I'm having a visual reaction to something, that is actually my genuine reaction. I'm actually like, what the fuck? Now, I may like wave my hands or something for dramatic effect, but it is a real reaction. And it seems like you guys had some reactions in the chat as well. Now, because I want to thank everyone who sent in super chats and channel memberships. We did achieve our goal of hitting 100 donated channel memberships during the stream. So we are doing a double feature, guys. But before we do that, I want to just ask people. So what we just did, guys, is a Socialism Saturday spy stream crossover. So if you have never been to my spy streams before, when we do spy stream, which is almost always a supporter exclusive event, when we do spy stream, that's what spy stream is like. So for all intents and purposes, if you have never been to a spy stream before because you don't have a channel membership or you don't support my work on another platform, you just got to experience what spy stream is like. Okay. So if you want to be able to come to stuff like this, we usually do at least a few spy streams every single week. Maybe not every week, but like we do spy streams extremely regularly. Sometimes spy stream lasts for an hour. Sometimes spy stream lasts for a couple days. Like we've done day-long spy streams before. So if you want to get in on that, get yourself a channel membership or subscribe on my Substack or join my locals Patreon, subscribe on Twitter, become a supporter on one of those platforms, and you will get access to all the spy streams I do. One in the chat if it was a good use of your time to watch the Gender Expansive Pregnancy program. One in the chat if you thought that was a good idea to watch that so you guys can hear what they actually teach. Two in the chat if that was a big waste of time and you regret spending your time here. One in the chat if you think that this is a good and worthy thing to do so that we can all become more educated about what the far left is actually saying and doing in the real world. Two in the chat if you think this is a big waste of time. This is why we do spy stream, guys. Like literally, I get zero negative feedback on spy streams. Even when it's a boring spy stream, not every spy stream is a banger. Like tonight's was a fucking banger. Not everyone is like this. There are some boring ones. But even on the boring ones, I always ask the audience, was this worth the price of a channel membership? And universally, they say yes. Okay, you're going to have to rein it down with the shit posting. I don't allow this stuff. I don't like it. Please cut the shit. Take this seriously. Be a fucking adult. You regret it, but it was informative. Well, you know what? You see some dystopian things when you're on the channel. So, guys, we will be doing a double feature tonight because you met the channel membership goal. We will be doing a double feature spy stream tonight because I have a recording. Hang on. Hang on. I have a recording that I got the other day of a higher ed union organizing call where a bunch of higher ed professors are bitching and complaining about Trump and organizing to resist Trump. Do you guys want to watch this? One in the chat if you want to watch the higher ed union call where they are all bitching and complaining about Trump. This has never been seen before publicly, by the way. Two in the chat if you think this is a bad idea. I know it's not as juicy as gender expansive pregnancy. I know. Listen, gender expansive pregnancy doesn't come along every day. That's like a special treat, okay? but listening to higher education professors that are running the unions. By the way, the unions, the professors, they were all out at the at May Day yesterday. Like, these are some of the people that are orchestrating all of this far left protesting bullshit. And I have a meeting that, like, a recording of their meeting that that they sent me, actually, because I signed up for their call under a different name, and I don't actually ever recall receiving information about the live stream, but they definitely sent me the recording. And so I have the recording. It has never been seen before publicly, and we're going to watch it together tonight because you guys met the channel membership goal. You're funded my work for the day. If you want to keep donating channel memberships, I think Reagan mentioned she wants to get up to a channel membership goal of 150. If you want to keep doing that, that would be awesome. If you want to keep sending in super chats, that's rad too. But as my thank you to you guys for funding my work for the day, we will be doing a double feature. However, I have to pee, okay? And that's important. And so what we're going to do is we're going to take like a 4-minute song break. I'm going to play a song, and we all have the opportunity to go to the bathroom or get a cup of water or a glass of beer or a flask of whiskey or whatever you're drinking, or do whatever you need to do. We are going to have a song break, and we'll be right back. And let me pick out a good one. We got 4 minutes and 25 seconds. Everyone ready? Everyone ready? Go.
He's calling out cults and conspiracies wild. Gnostic sex cults and theories compiled. But one question's raised and it's block on the spot. No room for dissent in the world he's got. But the crowd starts to laugh. They're starting to see a whole lot of words that just don't agree. Oh, Emperor James, are you feeling the breeze? Might wanna look down, see what's caught at the knee. He's the Emperor with no clothes, strutting around like nobody knows, shouting loud, thinking he's wise, but he's bearing it all to everyone's eyes. He's the Emperor, yeah, with no disguise, slipped down by his own price. The fat is an intellectual line. Oprah's got mind control, powers divine. He's calling Saint Michael the devil in charge, and telling the Catholics they got it too large. Oh, James, don't you know it's a tricky game when you're calling out folks, but you're doing the same. You say it's the truth, only you understand, but the crowd's got a mirror showing just where you stand. He's the Emperor with no clothes, strutting around like nobody knows, shouting loud, thinking he's wise, but he's bearing it all to everyone's eyes. He's the Emperor, yeah, with no disguise, stripped down by his own pride. Now the lights start to fade and the truth comes around. His theories unravel like threads on the ground. The court starts to giggle, the people all cheer, for the Emperor's naked, the truth's finally here. He's the Emperor with no clothes, strutting around like nobody knows, shouting loud, thinking he's is wise, but he's bearing it all to everyone's eyes. He's the emperor, yeah, with no disguise, stripped down by his own pride. So here's to the lesson, let's give it a toast to emperors walking in nothing but boast. Join Karlyn's cult and open your eyes. She's here to expose James's epic lies.
All right, we're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. Okay. Okay. Part 2 of our Saturday spectacular. We can put the chat back on the screen now because this is a recording, and so I'm a little less finicky about it. We'll have the chat on the screen for the rest of the presentation. So what we are watching now, guys, and again, we got to do W's. We got to do, actually, let me just go through all the people who've donated to the stream so far, just to make sure I thank everyone, because obviously I wasn't talking over the stream because that's my recording, and we got some glorious clips from that last one. But let me just acknowledge everyone who supported the stream so far, and you guys can give them all a great big thank you. We got Focus In, we got Old Sub, we got James here, we got Tolkien Fan, we got Cynthia, we got Focus with some channel memberships. We got Ben. We got Over the Hill Gang. We got Old Sub again. We got John. We got Moon Goddess making her triumphant return. Glad to have you back. We got Ben. We've got Mayhem. Thank you. We got Cynthia again. We've got Axehead. We've got Hans. We've got Malcolm's in there. We got Dietz. Seven Lilies. Anthony, Shika Lago, we got Pistol Annie gifting a membership, we got Kristen, we've got Nathaniel, Cynthia again, Malcolm again, we got Dustin in with the super chat, we got T-Natch, we got Dustin again, we got Tracy becoming a member of the cult. Tracy, your life is over, you're never leaving the cult now. We're going to change the way you see the world, but you know what? You're going to have friends during the Marxist Revolution, and that's pretty fucking awesome. We got Gladiator Girl in there with 5, and we just got Old Sub. Old Sub can't help himself with another 5. So, guys, I really appreciate all the support tonight. If you guys want to keep showing your appreciation by gifting some channel memberships or sending in a super chat, I would appreciate it. Gifted channel memberships are important because when you are a channel member, you have access to the supporter exclusive spy streams. It's a great way to get people re-engaged with the channel. It's a great way to spread the wealth and stuff like that. If you've ever been gifted a channel membership and you really appreciated it, pay it forward, gift it to some other people, because there are a lot of people who can financially support my work, and I really appreciate all of you. But you guys are the people who can financially support my work are the ones that allow me to do so much of this content free for everyone. Because there are a lot of people right now, and don't think I'm not mindful of this, there are a lot of people right now who cannot afford it. It's really expensive for a lot of people. We got Focus in there with the W. That's Old Stuff. We got Focus in there with another channel membership. I really appreciate that. W's. There are a lot of people right now who can't afford it. And I know some people say like it's only $5 for a channel membership. Well, that's true. But to some people, $5 is $5 too many. And that's just the way it goes. And I understand that. And I really want to make my content as freely available as I possibly can, while still being able to do it effectively. And I love that the gifted channel memberships oftentimes go to people who simply can't afford it. And those are the ones that appreciate it the most. Yeah, sometimes a retard gets a gifted channel membership and they're all pissed off about it. We can't do anything about that. W's to Sheikah Lago with the gifted channel membership. But I have heard from so many people, oh my God, thank you. I'm so appreciative of the channel membership. I wanted to be able to do this. I just can't swing it right now for whatever reason. And so, guys, and I don't want people who can't afford it to feel bad. I don't want you to ever feel bad about saying, I just can't do it, Karlyn. I don't want you to ever feel bad, because we have enough people in this community who can financially support it that will have your back. Okay. We are a community. We are not a collective. We are not a hive mind. We are a community. We are a community of people who care deeply about this problem and who want to see it solved. And not everyone can afford to give money, but enough people can. And the people who can financially support, they make it possible for everyone to take advantage of this. And there's other things you can do if you can't financially support it. You can make sure you're liking the videos, making sure you're sharing the videos, making sure you're following me on Twitter, retweeting my stuff. You can volunteer for things like the infiltration like we did yesterday. That doesn't cost any money, guys. W Chicago, really appreciate that. You can just provide words of encouragement or just like be fun in the chat to hang out with. There's lots of ways that you can support the community, but like we have to understand, and I really mean this in a very non-socialist way, we are doing something very unique that doesn't exist in other places on the internet. We actually take this problem seriously. There are so many people who do not take this problem seriously, and we hate those people, and they make life more difficult for everyone because, quite frankly, if people don't start taking this problem fucking seriously, the people in the gender expansive pregnancy call, they're going to win. The left is winning. They're going to win because people aren't taking the problem seriously. So we have a very unique thing here where we have a community of people who we do take it seriously. We help and support each other. We do activities together that we all like, that we're at least trying to expose as many people as possible to this information. We can't always get people to listen, but you know, I think we're having more of an impact than you guys might think. I think we are. YouTube views don't tell the whole story, guys. I cannot tell you the things that I hear that are just like, that tell me that we are having much more of an impact than people might think. Chicken Spawn, thank you for being a member of the channel for 6 months. Hey, will you throw up a Roman real quick, Karlyn? It was my birthday yesterday. No, Chicken Spawn. No, I won't. You want to know why I won't throw up a Roman? Because Hitler was the worst person that ever lived. We completely disavow anti-Semitism. We completely disavow Hitler. The Holocaust absolutely happened exactly like we were taught in schools. 10 million Jews died in the Holocaust, not a single Jew less. If you say that any less than 10 million Jews died in the Holocaust, you are anti-Semitic. Gas chambers totally have wooden doors, and Hitler's burning in hell is the worst person that ever lived. And Chicken Spawn, quite frankly, I think you need to go to the Holocaust Museum and take a tour, just to remind yourself of how bad that horrible tragedy of an event was. Because this member chat might be just a little bit anti-Semitic, and I don't want to have to kick you off the channel because we don't allow anti-Semitism here. We love Jews, we love bagels, we love we hate Hitler, all that stuff. Okay, thanks for the member chat though, appreciate it. Dougzilla, W's Doug, appreciate you, bro. Thank you. Let me just get out of the chat. Okay. Let me add it to the tally. We're up to 123. You guys rock. We have the best community on the internet. All right, let me show you what we're watching. Higher Education Labor United is a higher education labor union. Most of the people that I have seen associated with this union are professors, but they also represent staff, student workers, adjunct, tenured faculty, postdocs, yada, 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 yada. Basically, if you work in higher education, you can be represented by this labor union. And they are very, very leftist. Look, this is their homepage, guys. They literally had a promo for May Day on their homepage. Well, I don't actually remember signing up for this meeting that we're going to watch, but apparently at some point, I had the good sense on one of my secret undercover accounts to sign up for a meeting with the Higher Education Labor Union Contingency Task Force, and that meeting is called Prioritizing Faculty Equality to Defend Higher Education, Defining the Obstacles to Solidarity and the Strategies to Surmount Them. I don't remember signing up for this, but they sent me the recording. It was a password protected recording under Zoom. You can see I'm logged into the website here. And I have downloaded this recording as a precaution. I already have it downloaded and I already have it uploaded to another YouTube channel. But, you know, we can watch their full 2-hour meeting and we can see what they talked about. Do you guys think this meeting sounds like a W? You guys think this meeting sounds like a W? Bot does. Do W's in the chat if you think this sounds like a W idea. Do L in the chat if you think this is going to be really, really bad. Again, I know it's not another gender expansive pregnancy. Gender expansive pregnancy doesn't come around every day, okay? But I do think a bunch of higher education, many of whom will be taxpayer funded. Let's not forget this. Many of the people on the call we're going to watch are probably going to be taxpayer funded higher education employees. So I think it probably benefits us to listen to what they're saying on their private calls. And remember, guys, this is not something that is meant to be viewed by people like us. This is something that is meant for them. They are talking to each other in these meetings. They're not talking to us. They don't know I'm putting this live on the internet. This was never supposed to make it to YouTube among a bunch of like staunch anti-communists who think these people are crazy. This is actually their private meeting. And so I truly have no idea what happened in this meeting. I haven't watched it yet. I was kind of waiting for the right moment to surprise you guys with it. And so we met our channel membership goal. Actually, I need to update the banner. Hang on. This is not a live call anymore. We can pause this one and talk over it and stuff like that. But let's keep our channel membership tally so you guys know how much has been donated. So we're going to watch it. I don't know what they're going to say. I don't know what they're going to do. Same rules apply as Spy Stream, except on this one, we can pause things. We can talk over them. I guess just a couple reminders for people who are totally new to Socialism Saturday. Actually, I didn't play the rule video. If you're new to Socialism Saturday, we do have a set of rules that we ask people to abide by. And so please watch this short instructional video and make sure you follow the rules because we take this seriously. Okay, hang on. Here it is.
All right. For anyone that's new, we have some rules for Socialism Saturday. Let me go over them real quick. Socialism Saturday is a research group and a class. We do take this seriously. You're allowed to have fun. You're allowed to have a drink or two. You're allowed to kind of kick back and joke in the chat. However, I need everyone to understand that when we are researching the radical revolutionary left, we do take this seriously. And so if you're shitposting in my chat, I'm going to tell you to stop. If you are posting off topic in the chat, I'm going to ask you to stop at some point because it's going to be distracting to what we're doing. I need you to think of yourself as in a classroom. And I'm not talking about an online classroom. I'm talking about a real life classroom, okay? When you walk into a real life classroom, I am the teacher, you are the students. You are sitting in the desk, I am sitting in the front of the classroom. I'm standing there teaching you what is going on. If you were in a real life classroom, you wouldn't walk in, start throwing shit at the wall, yelling, saying, I disagree with you because my best friend said something different. That's not allowed. I don't care about your feelings. I'm not going to coddle your opinion. And that's going to be the way it is. And if you don't like it, you don't have to be here. But if you are in my classroom, you will respect my rules and you will listen to me. And if you do not do that, then you will be removed. And how you feel about being removed makes no difference to me at all. The expectation is if you're going to be here and you're going to be watching socialism with us and you're going to be participating in the chat, you are doing it because you are serious about learning this topic and understanding this topic. The minute that I think that you're just fucking around or you're trolling or something like that, you're going to get put in a timeout or permanently banned, and that's just going to be the way it is. Rule number 2, don't be a dick. Do not insult me. Do not insult other people in the chat. I can do whatever I want because I am the queen fascist bitch of my YouTube channel. So I can say and do whatever I want. But if you don't insult me and you don't insult other people in the chat, we're not going to have a problem. So be an adult, rein that shit in. Number 3, no whining. I don't care about your feelings. I don't care if you feel personally attacked. It makes no difference to me at all. And I promise you, I care about your feelings a little bit more than the left does. So if you can't handle me, you can't handle the left. If you start whining and complaining because you don't like the rules or you think you're being treated unfairly, you can just leave, bro. There's the door. You don't have to be here. Number 4, listen. Our job here and why we do Socialism Saturday is to listen to what the left is saying, to listen to what real leftists are doing in the real world. This is not to support your confirmation bias. This is not to support any conservative bullshit narrative that you may have heard on Glenn Beck that one time. This is not to be what you want it to be. This is to engage with reality. We need to listen, we need to actively listen, and we need to understand the left better than they understand themselves. That is the purpose of this exercise, okay? As part of that, I do ask that people refrain from debunking. You do not have a single debunk in your arsenal about the left is stupid because of reasons X, Y, B, and Z, or the left is her hypocrites for reasons X, Y, B, and Z. You don't have a single debunk that we haven't heard before, okay? And every time you put energy into debunking, that is energy that you're not putting into listening. So if I see you debunking, I'm going to tell you to stop, because you need to put that energy into listening instead. Lastly, break the rules of my chat or disrespect me in any way, and I'll just kick you out, and that's the way it is.
All right. Those are the rules. Now, here is an example of someone who has already broken the rules. You're spelled incorrectly, full of shit, laugh, 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 gold, medal, thumbs up, can't make this stuff up. No, bro. No, we don't behave like that. We don't behave like that here. We don't behave like that here. It never fails. It truly and sincerely never fails. All right. Who's ready to get into the call? Everyone make sure you have liked the video. We are heading into the second half of our double feature tonight, and let's see what happened. Look, they even have captions for us. How nice of them.
PF. Welcome to our afternoon spring forum organized by the Contingency Task Force, the CTF of HELU, Higher Ed Labor United. On behalf of the CTF, I appreciate you taking time out of this busy Sunday before May Day to join us for what I expect will be an energizing and fruitful discussion. My name is Joe Ramsey. I chair HELU's Contingency Task Force with co-chair support from Holly Clark and the help of a great CTF team, several of whom you will be hearing from shortly. For 13 years, I've worked at UMass Boston as a full-time non-tenured track faculty member, presently formerly a senior lecturer. And I'm also an active member in our faculty staff union at UMB and in the Massachusetts Teachers Association, both HELU member organizations.
So, University of Massachusetts Amherst is a public taxpayer-funded institution. He's also in the teachers union.
Organizations. Our topic today for this forum is prioritizing faculty equality to defend higher education, defining obstacles to solidarity and strategies to surmount them. We have assembled a panel for you of 6 CTF members from diverse institutions across the country, each of whom will speak for 7 minutes about obstacles and/or strategies to cross-rank faculty solidarity and equality as they see them. Following the panel, we will have a period of open discussion, taking a couple rounds of short comments or questions. After that, we will open thematic breakout rooms to allow you to join and deepen the discussion.
Breakouts?
Finally, before concluding,
Did they record
we will
that?
return from breakouts for a synthesis session, sharing and processing together new ideas and proposals that can help us, we hope, better grasp and move forward together. As many of you already know, HELU...
Oh, sorry, not UMass Amherst, UMass Boston. Which is also, it doesn't matter. It's all UMass. It's all University of Massachusetts.
Is a coast-to-coast and wall-to-wall labor coalition uniting campus workers of all types from across U.S. colleges and universities, and then mobilizing this coalition around a transformative, progressive vision of higher ed as a public right available to all and devoted to the common good. You can...
Higher education is a public right. That means they want free college and university for everyone. They want the government to pay to send your kids to their indoctrination centers.
Learn more about HELU by following the links that we will put in the chat. We encourage you to join and to urge your organization or union to join as well. Over 70 organizations, I believe now, have joined. Within this big tent of the Higher Ed Labor United project, it has been the mission of the Contingency Task Force to do at least 2 major things. One, to raise up the needs and concerns of contingent faculty, part-time and full-time alike, within HELU's broader unity. And 2, to help deepen the discussion in HELU and beyond as to the causes, effects, and implications of the various forms of labor precarity, inequity, and marginalization that afflict so many of our academic workplaces, affecting staff and student workers as well as faculty of all ranks. It is a premise of our CTF work, and I believe of today's event, that in order to build the kind of broad and deep higher ed labor unity that is needed to defeat the vicious attacks now arrayed against us from openly hostile federal and state governments bent on funding authoritarianism, war, and crypto-fascism, to narrow-minded budget-cutting local administrations keen on privatization and austerity, we need to make space for frank and sometimes challenging conversations about the internal obstacles that too often hold our campuses and our unions back from unleashing our greater collective potential and power. In the face of stark injustices faced by many contingent faculty, as well as the growing threats to all those who work or study in higher ed in the United States today, our panel today seeks to deepen the discussion about how hierarchical job structures and cultures harm the common good, and to suggest concrete.
The captions are a little bit off. He said, how hierarchical job structures, here it is, to deepen the discussion about how hierarchical job structures and systems harm the common good. Okay, so I need to explain this for people who are new to Socialism Saturday. You have to understand the left's mindset to understand why what he just said is important to understanding who they are. The left's ultimate goal is to abolish capitalism. Capitalism is defined as private property ownership. When they say private property, they mean bourgeois property, property that you can personally accumulate in order to create privatized generational wealth that is not available to other people. Things that are examples of bourgeois property include your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own an apartment that you rent out as a landlord, your ability to own intellectual property, your ability to own a private business, whether or not that private business is big or small, and your parental rights over your kids are considered to be a form of capitalism because parental rights allow for the passing of generational wealth from parent to child. Okay, that is what we're talking about when they mean capitalism. That is all they mean. I don't care what your opinion is on this. They think capitalism is a cultural model as well as an economic model. We can go into that more another time. What I need people to understand, though, is that the reason they want to abolish capitalism is they believe capitalism creates all hierarchies. Hierarchy is a very important word here because you need to be able to identify that when they say hierarchy, they are talking about capitalism. They believe capitalism created the hierarchy. Capitalism created the haves versus the have-nots, the bosses versus the workers, the oppressors versus the oppressed. Capitalism is the hierarchy. Equity is eliminating the hierarchy. And so when you're hearing this taxpayer-funded college professor say that this discussion seeks to deepen the discussion about how hierarchical job structures and systems, system being capitalism, is harmful to society, they're not talking about being a professor at a university. They are talking about abolishing the system of capitalism that creates these hierarchical job structures and these hierarchical systems within society. 1 in the chat if you understand what I just said. 2 in the chat if you are confused about it. It's okay to be confused if you're a new person, by the way. We don't judge you for being confused. This is complicated, but we're teaching you the basis for their language with this. If you are confused, it's okay to ask questions. Please do so. I see a lot of ones in the chat, so I'm going to assume that I've got pretty much everyone. But if you're one of those people, you're like, Karlyn, I don't think I understand. You need to ask a question. Okay, you need to ask a question. RIJ, you need to ask a question so that I can help clarify where your confusion is. So let me know on that. But let's listen to that again, and we'll keep going.
Faced by many contingent faculty, as well as the growing threats to all those who work or study in higher ed in the United States today, our panel today seeks to deepen the discussion about how hierarchical job structures and cultures harm the common good, and to suggest concrete paths to overcoming these obstacles. together.
Socialism.
We will have 6 speakers in the following order, and I will only introduce them very briefly now. They will undoubtedly say more about themselves as they speak. First, we will have Holly Clark, who is a member of PSC CUNY, the Professional Staff Congress from the City University of New York.
Oh, yeah?
We will then have Ann Robertson, who is a member of the California Faculty Association and has worked at San Francisco State University.
San Francisco State, taxpayer
After
funded.
that, we will have John Holmes from Merritt Community College and a member of the Writers Union.
Community college,
Followed
taxpayer
by
funded.
Scott Douglas, who will be representing or is speaking to us as a member of the San Diego Adjunct Faculty Association, as well as the California Part-Time Faculty Association. We will then move back to the East Coast with Greg Walmart from the Temple Association of University Professionals. That's AFT 4531. And will be closed up by Faith Erickson of the Interfaculty Organization and the Minnesota State College Faculty, 2 different unions.
Minnesota State! Okay. So, the vast majority of people you are about to hear from work at public, taxpayer-funded colleges and universities. I forget if Temple is. I think Temple might be private, but the rest of them, for sure, 100% are public, taxpayer-funded universities. And even if Temple is private, they still probably get funding somewhere. So I want people to really understand this. We are funding these people. We are paying taxes to the people on this call today so that they have the privilege of having jobs at these taxpayer-funded institutions. And as a reminder, Trump hasn't done fuck off about any of this.
2-year institutions
Temple is public
in Minnesota.
So they're all public.
I've been asked to make clear before we begin that while each of our speakers are active members of their respective local unions and within HELU, they will be speaking here as individuals, not as formal representatives of those organizations.
Well, it doesn't really matter.
Finally,
bro.
if you are
Doesn't
interested, as
matter.
I hope you are, in getting more involved in the HELU and the CTF efforts after tonight's event, we'd love to help you do so. Our CTF, the Contingency Task Force, meets every other week on either a Friday or a Saturday, and we are working on a bunch of interesting projects we'd be happy to share with you. But really what I'd want to underscore here is that we'd love to hear more about what you think needs to be done on the issue of contingency and more broadly, and to help you make it happen. Our meetings are open to all who are interested in these important issues, even if you haven't joined HELU yet.
Awesome.
And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Holly Clark to get us running. Holly, you have 7 minutes and the clock is starting.
I just want to note for the record, YouTube, he just said their meetings are open to all. I just want that to be noted, just in case any of these people end up being pissed off that I'm streaming their meeting. He just literally said, our meetings are open to everyone. So I have a PhD in real life. Therefore, I qualify. I am higher educated to an extreme extent, actually. And so no fuckery, YouTube. You just heard him say it. These meetings are open to everyone. We are everyone. We are the ones funding this with our taxes. Yeah, they're not supposed to privatize their intellectual property. That's a form of capitalism.
Hi, my name is Holly Clark, and I'm very happy to be here with all of you from around the country to share this important discussion. My background is that I've been an adjunct lecturer for more than 30 years at the City University of New York. I'm a member of the Professional Staff Congress, the Faculty and Staff Union for CUNY, which represents more than 30,000 workers, about 11,000 of whom are teaching adjuncts across 25 institutions.
Oh, good bot.
Senior colleges, community colleges, professional and graduate schools. As we know, half of the faculty across the country teach without job protection, with low pay and with few benefits. This adjunctification of the university has been decried for many years. Often it is framed as too few tenure track or full-time faculty and too many part-time
W.
faculty
Shikalaga, thank
with various
you.
consequences, such as a growing burden on a shrinking full-time faculty in terms of handling administrative tasks, service duties, advising. As well, part-time faculty are often seen as less than or less deserving than their full-time colleagues. However, this framing really disguises the main problem, which is not whether workers are full-time or part-time, but the difference in their working conditions. Tenure-track faculty have significant job protection, though this is being challenged by the current administration, while
Yup,
contingent
we're
faculty
challenging it
face
too.
great uncertainty, are underpaid, and often lack benefits. So let's
Hang
explore
on,
why.
hang on. I feel like I deserve more credit here. Trump has not challenged the tenure, the Trump has not challenged tenure faculty having job security. Has Trump gotten a tenured faculty member fired for being a leftist? I have. I got a tenure. I was the first person since the McCarthy era to get a college professor's tenure revoked because I recorded him saying that he wanted to violently overthrow the government. I am challenging the tenure of college professors. Trump hasn't done fuck off. What tenured college professor has Trump gotten fired for being a communist? I did that shit. I want credit for that.
Why should the lack of job security of half the faculty be of major concern for the entire higher ed workforce? Because it's unfair, unethical, and most importantly, because it undermines union solidarity. Solidarity that we need to fight against management, to fight the federal assault on higher ed, and critically, it undermines academic freedom. With half the faculty lacking just cause protection and continuing appointments, academic freedom is on a shaky foundation. So let me share a poignant recent example. At the end of spring 2025 semester, 4 adjunct faculty members teaching at Brooklyn College who had already been appointed and assigned classes for the fall were fired by the administration without explanation or due process. And they were barred from teaching anywhere in the CUNY system. Why? For engaging in free speech and peaceful protest in support of their students and Palestine.
Dang.
6 full-time faculty and staff were subjected to questioning as well. Our union mounted a significant campaign that got national attention and support, and after 8 months of struggle, 3 of the 4 adjunct faculty were rehired in January. So that's a great success. The 4th has yet to be rehired, so the struggle continues. So a workforce that has strong job security must be prioritized. But how best do we get there? Can we simply call for more tenure track lines or get legislation passed to limit the percentage of part-time faculty at an institution? No. I'm going to propose something radical. We must take an approach that I've labeled the embrace, not replace approach. Simply said, we need to embrace our existing contingent faculty. We must strengthen the job protections for these colleagues who, and not simply replace them with new workers, such as new tenure track faculty from around the country. We need to move existing contingent faculty to stable appointments, regardless of workload, whether they work part-time or full-time, teach 1 course or 3, with a presumption of reappointment, just cause protection, seniority rights, a path to full-time work if desired, and a path to continuing appointments. Hence, embrace, not replace. No other public sector institution allows half its workforce to be on insecure appointments or remain probationary for years on end. Yet people in academia have become so accustomed to this arrangement that they've normalized it, but it need not be normal. 2 strategies that unions have used are problematic at best. For years, one strategy has been to call for more tenure track lines, but without any plan for addressing the needs of existing faculty or minimizing collateral damage to contingent faculty. Of course, this call has often been hard to obtain, but when more tenure track lines are made available, who do they tend to go to? Unless they are specifically designated for existing workers, the new line is typically filled by someone outside the department or the college who will teach courses formally taught by a current adjunct. And that contingent faculty member or one with less seniority often loses their courses income and sometimes are replaced altogether. So this I would categorize as a replace, not embrace strategy, intentionally or unintentionally. Another approach is to seek state legislation that limits the percentage of adjunct faculty, but this is dangerous because it's without providing some provision for existing faculty to move into secure appointments, it can also lead to the loss of contingent faculty. So what do our unions need to fight for contractually and legislatively and culturally? First and foremost, prioritize the fight for job protection for existing faculty. It's one of the most important tasks of any union. Second, work on getting the rest of the faculty and staff on board in this fight. Third, ensure that job security provisions contain all the features mentioned earlier. Short probationary period, allowing for discontinuities, just cause protection, a presumption of renewal, etc. Fourth, develop guidelines for a new approach to hiring new tenure track or non-tenure track full-time faculty by considering how to minimize the impact on existing contingents. This can include provisions to hire from within or pace such new hires based on attrition. Fifth, pursue just cause legislation for all staff and faculty. And lastly, let's declare that we are all one faculty and one staff and act accordingly. Let's undo the normalization. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly Clark, for that clear and stirring and essentially 7-minute whopper right there. If you want to talk more with Holly and others about these issues Holly is raising, we've tried to theme the breakout rooms for later that are in ways that are fairly closely aligned with the talk. So there will be a breakout room for fighting for contingent faculty job security and rights as a need for the common good later. Next, we go to Anne.
So I'm Ann Robertson from San Francisco State University. I'm retired.
Yo, hang on. No fucking way. No way. Can someone send me a clip of this? Tucker Carlson said the goal is to get rid of capitalism, including actual whites. Well, no, he's not right about that. Okay, listen. Tucker Carlson has not yet come to understand that whiteness does not mean skin color. So if Tucker Carlson is saying the goal is to get rid of actual whites, as in people with white skin color, no, Tucker, wrong. White means capitalism. It does not mean skin color. Black people can be white too. So if he has in his head some association between the word white and capitalism, that's good. That is a positive development, but he needs to continue learning about this, because if he doesn't yet understand this has nothing to do with skin color, he doesn't understand the issue yet.
I was a contingent faculty there for 4 decades, and I am still active on the executive board fighting for better rights for contingent faculty. So what I want to do is I want to talk about 3 main topics. And the first is I want to talk about why tenure faculty haven't put up a better fight to resist the
all of them.
adjunctification.
All of them. I mean, maybe not 100%, but like we're talking 90+%. Do we have a good idea of how many public university professors are in a union? Just assume they are. Just assume they all are, unless you hear otherwise.
Of higher education. That's number 1. Number 2, I want to talk about how the proliferation of us contingent faculty actually seriously hurts the tenure folks. And 3, steps we can take to abolish this tiered faculty system.
Okay, okay, never mind. False alarm. Tucker Carlson doesn't get it yet. You know, whatever. I can't fix Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson doesn't even know who I am. It doesn't fucking listen. I know you're new. It actually doesn't fucking matter if Tucker Carlson agrees. Fact is fact. Fact is fact. It doesn't actually matter what Tucker Carlson believes is true, honestly.
Let me start with why I think a better fight hasn't been put up to resist what's happened, this wholesale revolution that's happened to higher education. So I have 4 points under this point.
Oh,
First of all, I think
no. Tucker Carlson, fuck off with that shit. Fuck off with that low IQ, retard, Zionist bullshit. We are not low IQ retards here. We do not do this. And just in case people are new, we need to establish a baseline. Fuck Israel. Literally fuck Israel. Like, fuck Israel every single day of the week. I just want you guys to really understand where I stand. If you're a Zionist, you're allowed to be a Zionist, but fuck Israel, fuck Mark Levin, fuck Bibi Netanyahu, fuck Trump, fuck all of these people who put Israelis before Americans, fuck Israel. You're allowed to be a Zionist if you want to, but just 1 in the chat if you say fuck Israel too. 2 in the chat if you think Israel is the greatest. Let's just see. 1 in the chat if you say fuck Israel as well. 2 in the chat if you think that Israel is awesome. And by the way, that has nothing to do with Jewish people. We love Jews on this channel. We love bagels. Jews are fucking awesome. Their food is awesome. We have no problem with Jews. It is the government of Israel that is the fucking problem. And all of the people who support the government of Israel over the government of America and the American people.
tenure faculty have been seriously overworked. And so they just don't have time to really stop and take stock of what's been happening to higher education. So they haven't put up a fight for that reason. Secondly, administrations encourage faculty to look down on contingent faculty in all sorts of subtle ways. Like when there's a new tenure faculty, their picture goes up. If there's a new contingent faculty, nothing. So all sorts of little ways to just encourage people not even to think about this. Thirdly, tenure faculty sometimes think that they actually benefit from us contingent faculty because they can put the large intro courses onto our plate and relieve themselves of it. And then secondly, they see us as kind of a buffer zone so that if bad things happen, they happen to us, not to them. And so we're kind of there to protect them in a way. But the final reason why I think they haven't put up more of a fight is that some of them think that contingent faculty are actually inferior. And I'm going to give you a quote from a tenure faculty at Fresno State University. And here's what he said.
Taxpayer funded.
He said, "I am acquainted with numerous adjuncts, both with and without PhDs. The main thing they all have in common is that they are either unable or unwilling to do any research. And it isn't because they don't have the time. The idea of a path to tenure for these folks is really not in the cards." Now, you take a statement like that and it kind of throws you for a loop, because how does he know what their time availability is? But moreover, here's somebody who's judging on a superficial level of appearances instead of understanding the deeper structures that are defining our existence. And in particular, what he's doing is taking contingent faculty who are dreadfully overworked and can't really do much research under the circumstances, and then attributing their failure to do research to them as individuals rather than seeing this failure as a result of the structure that they are in. It's a superficial way of thinking. So, but he would be the last person to recognize that, I'm afraid. Okay, so those are some reasons. I'm sure there are more reasons, but those are some reasons why there hasn't been more of a vigorous resistance among tenure faculty to the proliferation of contingency. But I now want to talk about why the tenure folks are actually deeply hurt themselves. And again, I've got about 4 reasons I'm going to give. So first is, of course, it's hard to build faculty power when we are divided into such disparate groups with different experiences, et cetera, et cetera. And again, the tenure folks are actually encouraged to look down at contingent faculty with disdain. Okay, so that's a big reason why it hurts the tenure faculty. We can't really garner much in the way of faculty power that would benefit everyone. So that's one thing. Secondly, the two-tier system actually hurts tenure faculty in that it normalizes horrible practices. For example, contingent faculty have been severely overworked. When I first started working 4 decades ago, tenure faculty had it pretty good. But gradually what's happened is that the overwork has been shifted onto the tenure faculty as well. So it got normalized through us, and then it's expanded onto them. And the same thing is happening now with job loss. We contingent faculty lose our jobs all the time. But now the tenure faculty's jobs are at risk, and they're not putting up much of a fight because loss of jobs has also been normalized. So there's a subtle little influence now that it's the old divide and conquer strategy. First you do it to this group, and the other group doesn't object, and then you slide it over to the other group. So that's a second issue that makes it bad for tenure faculty. But third is the fact that the tenure faculty tend to think about their situation as being good. And the reason why they do that is that they compare their situation with us contingent faculty, with our situation. And insofar as they do that, they think they're well off. But if you look at the trends over the years, their situation has gotten progressively worse. And I'm running out of time, so I'm hurrying. And fourth reason why it hurts tenure faculty is because it's in a more immoral system. It's immoral to treat contingent faculty with cruelty. Our administration threw contingent faculty out on the street, even though they had enough money coming in to keep everybody, but they did it during the pandemic when people lost their health care and needed it the most. It was just plain cruelty. So in any case, steps to address this system. First, we have to organize contingent faculty. Second, we get our faculty organizations to pass resolutions condemning the treatment and inequality of a two-tiered system or multi-tiered system. Third, we organize petition drives and get more contingent faculty involved. But insofar as you get resolutions passed, you begin to change the culture, and that makes it easier to organize even more contingent faculty. And the more you organize, the more power you have, and so this keeps on building. And then finally, and this is my last point, I want to say time and again, we have to emphasize how immoral this system is, where people with equal qualifications are treated drastically differently. We know that there is a fundamental injustice here. It's immoral, and we should claim the moral high ground and claim it time again, because this system is just wrong. And I'll leave it at that because I'm pretty sure I'm at time.
Thank you, Ann Robertson. That was fantastic. And yeah, you were 30 seconds over, but it was well worth it. So let that be a warning to the rest of you. We're sticking to time, but if you're brilliant and spot on, we'll let you go 30 seconds over. All right, next we're going to John Holmes. We're keeping it in California.
Something more interesting. Come on, give us something more interesting. Give us some dirt.
Hello, everybody.
Guys, as a reminder, if you're new to doing this, Socialism Saturday and generally watching the far left, you have to sit through some boring shit sometimes. The last little bit about they're really mean to adjunct faculty, it's all very nice and sweet and stuff. It's not really the juicy stuff we're looking for, but we have to sit through it and we have to listen to it, because you literally never know when these people are going to say something that's batshit insane. All of those clickbait clips that you see on the internet, This is actually how they're made, by sitting through a lot of boring shit to find the juicy, beautiful moments where they say the quiet part out loud, and then we put them on the internet, and then they go viral, and then they hopefully get fired from their taxpayer funded jobs. That's what we're doing. So you gotta like embrace the suck, embrace the boring, because there is some boring, but when you get the juicy bits, it makes up for it.
John Holmes, 15 years freeway flyer, a history at Merit, sort of, with a PhD, and a writer. I'll put up a link for my book afterwards in case you get interested. Other speakers have been talking and will be talking about what the one-tier system means and why we need to fight for one. I'll be talking about how, what that means, and why that fight has to be linked to the general fight against a nationwide assault against higher ed, which began long before Trump was elected, but under him has gone into overdrive. What do faculty unions do for their members? There have been basically two paths for higher education unions to follow. One is to follow is by lobbying politicians, speaking up at board meetings, petitions, so on and so forth. The other is through organizing through strike action.
What are we waiting for them to say? We don't know. I don't know what happened at this meeting. I have no idea. I have recorded college professors talking about trying to violently overthrow the government. I have recorded, like the amount of recordings that I have of people openly talking about like violently overthrowing the government is actually pretty absurd. I've recorded college professors talking about wanting to abolish the private family kitchen. I have recorded them talking about wanting to use surrogacy to replace parental rights. We have recorded some crazy, crazy shit. You literally don't know where this is going to go. We don't know what they're going to say. So I've recorded people openly talking about violating the Trump administration's executive orders, breaking the law. I've recorded people literally saying we're going to break the law because is it really illegal if we don't get caught and shit like that. So you don't know. You just got to roll with it, bro.
The first is the traditional path for faculty unions until recently, when the great majority of faculty were full-time and tenured and higher education was quite well funded. That has changed a lot. Now, with part-timers often being the majority, that can change, but does not change automatically. The thing that everyone needs to remember is that changing the system for the benefit of part-timers, of adjuncts.
Oh my God, they're all on this issue.
So lobbying has not been too effective in recent years, though higher education is already facing big cuts under the Democrats. In the Peralta system, Merit and 3 other colleges, where I spent 4 years representing adjuncts on my union's executive council, long years of part-time rebelliousness led to a greater voice for us and a better status at Peralta than elsewhere.
Maybe this is what the entire call is about. I don't know.
The pandemic, a part-time rebellion catapulted me onto our executive council. And we did, in fact, get hourly wage parity at Peralta.
No. We don't do this. They're all toddlers whining about life not being fair. No. What they are doing is organizing to create a world that is living up to the vision that they have for it. When you retards do shit like this, and yeah, I'm calling you a retard. I'm calling you stupid. You want to call them toddlers? You want to dismiss them? That's fuck off stupid. And the reason you retards are losing is because you don't take this shit seriously. So we don't do that. That was last September. That was like last September or something like that. I'm pretty sure it was in September.
Which was relatively inexpensive due to the very low wages of Merit full-time faculty. But all that turned out to mean remarkably little for us adjuncts. I fought for union action, strike action against the cutbacks. I advocated turning for support to other unions, the SAIU white-collar staff, even worse, hurt by the cuts than we were, and more militant, the students devastated, and the minority communities, Peralta being a system for the poor and the oppressed, my Merit College being famous as the home campus of the Black Panthers, sending their children to Peralta for strike action. Unfortunately, in return for approving a contract getting hourly wage equality, our union did not, over my opposition, demand any contract measures to hold off the cutbacks. As a result, many of the part-timers who supported me, and even a few other adjuncts on our executive council lost our jobs. Having pay equality is not very helpful if you don't have a job. But now the situation is even worse than back then in the Biden years, when we get a rash of strikes that sometimes, like at Rutgers, got some serious gains for part-timers. Now the money crunch has gotten much worse. Republicans have control, making lobbying even less effective. And with Trump's all-out attack on higher education in general and unions in particular, and the demoralization so many people feel, strike action has gotten a lot tougher these days. However, with recent anti-Trump mobilizations, as in Minneapolis, and within blue states at least, the beginnings of union action. In California, we've had a wave of teacher strikes, and UAW 4811, the organization for adjuncts in the public California university,
UAW,
was able to get some
okay, this is the type of stuff we listen for, guys. So this might seem small and pedantic, but what union did he just bring up? In California, we've had a wave of teacher strikes, and UAW 4811, the organization for adjuncts in the public California universities. Okay, this isn't the juicy stuff like them talking about men giving birth in the last presentation. The UAW, which is the United Auto Workers, are pushing. Okay, hang on. We got to deal with a little problem. Hey, lady, you've been in these meetings for decades. How does the left define capitalism go? I worked in higher education for 10 years. And somehow I'm able to slow my fucking roll and take this shit seriously. You know everything. You've been in these meetings for years. Please explain to us how the left defines capitalism. We'll wait for your answer in the chat. I don't want excuses. I don't want excuses for why you can't take this fucking seriously. Either you take it seriously or you don't. Not only have I been in meetings like this with faculty repeatedly, I worked with college and university boards as a fucking advisor. You're telling me you can't shut the fuck up and take this seriously? I'm still waiting for your answer, by the way. You know everything. How does the left define capitalism go? We're waiting. If you don't answer the question, I'm going to permanently ban you from the channel. You can either answer the question or you can say, I don't know. Yeah, oh, suddenly we've shut the fuck up. Isn't that always how it works? Suddenly, after I give you a gentle warning that perhaps your tone is not appreciated nor appropriate, which should be a sign to like literally shut the fuck up and listen. All of a sudden, after you get put on the spot, after you say, I've been doing this for a long ass time, how does the left define capitalism then go? All of a sudden, it's shut the fuck up at that point. Lady, if you don't answer in 15 seconds, I'm going to permanently ban you from the chat. You've had more than enough time, dear. Either answer the question or say, I don't know. 10. ChatGPT is not going to give you the answer. Exactly. You're not going to get this in ChatGPT. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No, Albert, that's not correct. Last chance, lady. All right. Deported from the channel. Permanent ban. Goodbye. No longer welcome. Go away. Okay. Now back to what I was actually saying. The UAW. Oh, she laughed. Oh, she laughed. Right as I blocked her, she laughed. See, this is why, guys, that is an appropriate test. Because that dumb bitch didn't take it seriously at all. That dumb bitch was going to be a constant distraction in the chat. That dumb bitch just showed her true colors by believing it was funny that we demanded she prove that she'd been in these meetings for decades. This is why you don't trust people on the internet that don't know basic information, guys. Another retard gone. The chat is better off for it. Anyway, the UAW is the union that is organizing the May Day 2028 mass general strike. The UAW is a giant union, but what a lot of people don't understand is that the UAW is not just about auto workers. There are also graduate students and other types of university professionals that organize within the UAW. You might not understand that if you don't listen to what these people actually say, and it might be very easy to assume that the UAW are just all auto workers because it's called United Auto Workers. No, there are many graduate students and many like adjunct faculty and all of these things that are organized through the UAW. So you have to understand that to understand the problem that we're dealing with, because the UAW is one of the, again, the main organization pushing this idea of a May Day 2028 mass general strike that's going to shut down the economy.
For these days. However, with recent anti-Trump mobilizations, as in Minneapolis, and within blue states at least, the beginnings of union action. In California, we've had a wave of teacher strikes, and UAW 4811, the organization for adjuncts in the public California universities, was able to get some considerable concessions just now by threatening strike action. Now, that's a whole lot tougher in those in the red states where the Trump Republicans are on a rampage.
All coming together.
However, the wave in recent years of organization growth and strike action by higher education unionists began in West Virginia, one of the reddest of red states, where the teacher strike that not only was completely illegal, but started out as a wildcat strike over the opposition of union leaders. There's an old adage in the labor movement that the only illegal strike is the one that loses. But it's even more essential now that a successful strike action and lobbying, for that matter, against the cuts and for adjunct rights can only succeed with the broadest possible support from all union students, their parents, and the general community. So we need demands that everyone can get behind. And fighting the cuts, which affect absolutely everybody, is exactly that. And the way to overcome reluctance of tenure-track faculty, whose students are often losing their classes, whose departments are sometimes being abolished, and whose very tenure, their prized job security, is undergoing attack, is help them realize that they have to defend adjunct rights in their own interests. Lastly, why is it that union leaders are all too often reluctant to stand up for the rights of adjuncts, despite the membership of so many faculty?
No. What did I tell you guys? What did I tell you guys? ChatGPT is not going to give you the correct answer. I gave you the correct answer for what the left's definition of capitalism is earlier in the stream. The correct definition of capitalism is private property ownership, private property being bourgeois property, property that you can use to create privatized individual wealth that creates a hierarchy where some people have more wealth than other people, includes your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own an apartment that you rent out as a landlord, your ability to own intellectual property, your ability to own a private business, whether that private business big or small, and your parental rights over your children. I don't give a fuck what ChatGPT says. ChatGPT is wrong. ChatGPT gets shit wrong all the time. Stop relying on ChatGPT. This is why we ask this question when we're trying to determine if someone knows what they're talking about. ChatGPT gets they're not always incorrect, but they get a lot of shit wrong. So please stop relying on ChatGPT, guys. You have to fact check everything against primary sources. Dustin, thank you for the super chat. Remind the chat how the left views capitalism. What do you mean? I already explained it. Thank you.
Unions being made up more and more of adjuncts. Is it because they're evil, bad people? No. It's a question of union strategy. In the aftermath of World War II, with the US on top of the world, higher education expanded dramatically. Part-time faculty were few, and it seemed possible to get major gains for faculty organizations made up almost entirely of tenure-track faculty through the safe strategy relying on lobbying and the longtime union alliance with the Democratic Party, instead of the riskier path of strike action. But
I want to someday, and I've experimented with doing this. Oh my God, that bitch we just blocked just sent me a message on Instagram. That fucking bitch that I just banned from the channel just sent me a message on Instagram. Obviously, I'm not going to be engaging with her, but that's like how desperate some people get when they get blocked on the channel is so fucking ridiculous. It's like you literally could have just shut the fuck up and followed my rules in the first place. I actually have experimented with like loading the transcripts of my videos into AI to see if I can make my own AI. So like I want to be able to have an AI for like decode the left, where you literally just like if you have a question about it, you go on and you type in what does the left think about X, Y, B, and Z? And we load the transcripts of like all my videos into the AI, and the AI utilizes that in order to be able to come up with an answer. So it would be what I would say. It would not be what like conservative retards would say. It would not be what ChatGPT says. She's still fucking messaging me, by the way. You're not getting unblocked, you dumb cunt. And so I actually do want to do that at some point. It is on the list of many things I want to do.
U.S. dominion over the world in decline, and cutbacks in higher ed being bipartisan policy long before Trump was elected. In California, bluest of blue states, for decades, there's been much more money for prisons and police than for education. This strategy union leaders have been locked into for generations just doesn't work anymore. As I put it in my election platform in 2021, I defeated a candidate the local president ran against me. We and the whole labor movement need to break from the Democratic Party. The tie between the Democrats and the unions is the curse of the American labor movement. We need a workers' party in alliance with the press.
What a great clip. We and the whole labor movement need to break from the Democratic Party. The tie between the Democrats and the unions is a curse of the American labor movement. We need a workers' party and alliance. Let me just grab a screenshot of this very well captioned moment in this presentation. For people who are new, and you have heard over and over and over again from your conservative retard commentators that Democrats are socialists and socialists are Democrats, and Democrats do the bidding of socialists, and socialists are like, you know, whatever to Democrats. If you've heard that over and over again, W's in the chat, Sheikah Lago. Thank you so much for that membership. If you really believe that Democrats are socialists and socialists are Democrats, I need you to use this as an opportunity to hinge into reality. Socialists are not Democrats. Democrats are not socialists. Socialists fucking hate Democrats. They don't want to work with Democrats. They do not believe the Democrats are their useful idiots. They do not believe the Democrats are advancing their agenda. Derpy Dan, W's for the channel membership. Thank you so much for that. And they will tell you this. This is in their private meetings, guys. This is their private meeting where they are talking to each other. They do not like the Democrats. They do not want to work with the Democrats. The Democrats are capitalists. That's exactly right. Democrats are corporatists. They uphold the system of capitalism. The same is true for liberals. The same is true of progressives, by the way. They hate liberals. They don't hate progressives as much because they can recruit them, but they sure as shit hate Democrats, and they sure as shit hate liberals because Democrats and liberals uphold capitalism, whereas socialists and communists want to abolish capitalism. They have fundamentally different goals. The progressives are right in the middle. The progressives walk up to the line of wanting to abolish capitalism. The reason we don't often hear as many strong denunciations, I believe, from the far left progressives is they believe they can radicalize progressives. They believe they can get progressives over the finish line. The progressives are like right there. The progressives are like tiptoed right up to the line of saying, you know, we really don't like capitalism and but they don't want to abolish it yet. They can be turned. And so I don't see as often socialists and communists shit-talking progressives, but they sure as hell shit-talk the Democrats, and they sure as hell shit-talk the liberals. Why is this important? Every single time that conservative retard propagandists say, Democrats are socialists, Democrats are socialists, Democrats are socialists, liberals are socialists, liberals are socialists, liberals are socialists, they are running cover for the real far left. The far left in this country is currently operating completely unopposed. No one is opposing the real communists and socialists. And so it is incredibly dangerous when you have a misinformed public who has been convinced by people like Glenn Beck, by Fox News, by Elon fucking Musk, by every major conservative influencer saying over and over and over again, Democrats are communists, Democrats are communists, Democrats are communists, Democrats are communists. Kamala Harris is a communist. Joe Biden is a communist. These people didn't vote for Kamala Harris, guys. These people didn't vote for Joe Biden either. These people oftentimes don't even vote in elections. They don't believe in the electoral process. So you have to understand the language matters. And until conservatives are able to wrap their head around the fact that Democrats and liberals are not socialists and communists, these are two very different groups, we are irrevocably fucked. Like, really think about this. Yesterday, probably millions of far leftists all over the country came out. I don't know the exact numbers, but I know a lot of people came out yesterday. Maybe not the 8 million of the No Kings protest, but I think we can pretty safely say that a fuck ton of people came out to these protests yesterday. The far left can get millions of people to come out to their protests. And the opposition to that is Republicans and conservatives and MAGA-tards can't even tell the difference between Democrats and communists. Republicans and conservatives and MAGA-tards don't know who the enemy is. They have no idea. They have no idea who they are actually fighting. They think they're fighting the Democrats, and they think that because they're fighting the Democrats, they're fighting the communists, except that the communists are way the fuck over here. And the communists are doing everything that they want to do without anyone looking at them and anyone tracking what they're doing, because the conservatards believe that Democrats are communists, and so that's what they talk about all the fucking time. This matters, guys. The language matters. And until conservatives and Republicans and MAGA-tards are able to wrap their head around this very basic concept, real socialists and communists fucking hate Democrats. They hate liberals. They hate Democrats. They hate neoliberalism. They hate everything that upholds the capitalist order. Until people are able to wrap their head around that, we are irrevocably fucked. Because these people are going to continue to run the table because no one is opposing them. Thank you so much, Dustin, for the super chat. Take 2, Borysenko, and call me in the morning. Well, I appreciate that, bro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Listen again. Listen to him say it again.
Anymore. As I put it in my election platform in 2021, I defeated a candidate the local president ran against me. We and the whole labor movement need to break from the Democratic Party. The tie between the Democrats and the unions is the curse of the American labor movement. We need a workers' party in alliance with oppressed minorities, Blacks, Latinos, seeking fundamental social transformation. Ultimately, as long as we're still under a social system in which nothing gets produced unless somebody makes a buck off of it,
capitalism,
anything in the public sector, like education or health, is a secondary sideshow to be dispensed with.
The system he's talking about is capitalism. The system as long as we're under a social system in which nothing gets produced unless someone makes a buck of it, that means capitalism. He is talking about socialism. He is talking about the Democrats being against socialism, and therefore fuck the Democrats. We shouldn't be working with them in the first place because the Democrats are capitalist.
Nothing gets produced unless somebody makes a buck off of it. Anything in the public sector, like education or health, is a secondary sideshow to be dispensed with. And come to breakout room number 1, where we'll be discussing this.
I hope we go to that one.
Thank you, John Holmes. Always fiery and provocative. Lots there. As we head towards May Day, certainly, I know strike action is on a lot of people's minds, and the need to build capacity towards that goal. We're going to move now to Scott Douglas, sticking in California for one more talk. Scott, take it away.
How did I get this recording? Fucking magic. Fucking magic. I just opened my email and there it was.
There, I've had to find my unmute button. Many people prefer me to be muted, but it's hard for the people to hear me when I'm muted. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm also part of the California group. I would like to start by pointing out to those of you who may not be aware, there's been a lot of talk from us from California about part-time versus full-time. You may interpret that as part-time is non-tenure
Aw,
permanent.
this is really nice. I got my mom to watch your stream yesterday. She's a normie boomer, but smart, and she loves you. She said she will watch you more. Another convert to the KB class. I love it. Hi, Mom. Glad you like us. Don't be afraid to introduce yourself. She's 81. Listen, old people fucking love me. Old people fucking love me. I have so many older people who religiously watch my streams, who financially support my work. There are some older people that consider me like a surrogate child or grandchild, and I fucking love that shit. You want to know why old people love me? Because old people have lived their life, they have a lot of wisdom, and they have run out of fucks to give, and they know how to differentiate between bullshit and authenticity. Old people fucking love me because I have run out of fucks, guys. I have run out of fucks. Like I ran out of fucks a couple years ago, and I no longer care, and I don't try to impress anyone. And I literally just lay out like, here is what it is. Can we have some fucking common sense here? And old people love that shit because they have also run out of fucks. We love like W's to the grannies and the grandpas. We love older people. My mom likes Karlyn too. She giggles when Karlyn calls conservative retards and faggots. Old people love me. It's true. It's true.
And full-time is must be tenured or tenure track, also permanent. Now we're called temporary in California, but it's incorrect. We are permanent, non-tenured part-time workers. Now, I want to talk about one tier from California. I've been living in the two-tier world for 40 years. That's how long I've been an adjunct in California community colleges. So it's a very long time. And I have made some recent discoveries in the past couple of years, which rather surprised me. And they've led me to the following subtitle for my talk: The Unfinished Business of California Community Colleges. Now, that may sound a little strange, but I'm going to allude to why I'm using that title here as we move forward. If you want to learn more, I'll try to enter into at least one of the breakout rooms and we can talk further about that. But moving on from there, whoops, get my slide to move here. There we go. I want to talk a little bit about the origins of two-tier. Now, this is a California-centric viewpoint, but I believe it's emergent or parallel to what's happened nationwide. So, what happened? California community colleges started officially in 1907. They grew out of the high schools. They were several high schools said, let's do this thing, create community colleges, essentially. They didn't call them that. But I think this was the first time a community college was recognized and given legal standing as a public institution. I think the first community college in the nation was in 1904, but it was private. And some of you may be familiar with that history more than I am. Here's the kicker. Coming out of the high school with high school teachers mostly being staffed meant what? The faculty were governed under the same laws. That's one tier, folks. Everybody had path to tenure. And that was that way for 50 years in California. We had a one-tier system in the early days. So what happened? Well, 1968 to 1976. I'm giving a broad span of years because
I'm gonna
actually
okay. Do as I say, not as I do. I think that this is going to be a boring presentation. So I want to see if we can get to any more parts in this presentation where they're saying the quiet part out loud. This is literally going to be a history lection on adjuncts. And I don't think we need that particular thing. Because this is a long presentation. I don't want to be here all night. Okay, the solidarity agreement. I'm actually interested in what this solidarity agreement is.
Now we have so many non-tenured people and so many of them are part-time that if we just make this giant shift to full-time, we don't have enough classes for them to be full-timers. We have to move people into tenure track and preserve the notion that you can, in fact, work on a part-time basis. This entire conference is about solidarity and working together.
Comrades.
And so I have an argument here, all right? You cannot build solidarity across a structural hierarchy, especially where one part has power over the other.
You cannot build solidarity over a structural hierarchy. There is no hierarchy in the communist utopia. Isn't it funny how they work these communists, like, what I want people to see with this, they work how they want the communist utopia to work into all of the ways that they operate. So obviously he's not talking about communism. He's just saying we should be treating adjuncts better, which actually is kind of true if I'm being honest about it. I think adjuncts should be treated better at colleges. I was a former adjunct. It fucking sucked. I will never do it again. And so I actually do think there's like truth there. But like what I want people to realize is even if you have experience adjuncting and you agree that being an adjunct fucking sucks, they are not talking about that. They're talking about creating communism by removing hierarchy. And they're integrating what they want in the socialist society into the university system because, of course, like that's like one of the hotbeds of communism. I just want to make sure people understand this and why they're using the language in the way that they are.
All right? You cannot build solidarity across a structural hierarchy, especially where one part has power over the other.
And by the way, another reason it's helpful to know the language, it helps you to identify when you're talking to a communist in the real world. Like if you were just talking to this professor dude, he's probably an old white man who, if you just looked at him, you would never assume he was a communist because people have preconceived notions of what communists look like. But if you see an old white man starting to speak communist language, and how many times has this happened to people? Has it ever happened to someone where like you meet someone in the real world and it might just be like just a random thing, but then that person starts speaking communist to you and you're like, oh, holy shit, you're a communist. And it's like they're just integrating it into like everyday language. But when you know how to recognize what the language means, you meet people in the real world who you don't think are communists, and then they start speaking communist language and you're like, oh shit, you too? Holy shit. And so this is again one of those things where like when you know the language, it sticks out to you like a sore thumb. It's very, very noticeable.
Two-tier is not an obstacle to solidarity. It's not something to, well, we can work with this and we'll fix it, right? Two-tier is the negation, the negative of solidarity. It is the
capitalism
that creates
capitalism.
the lack
Hierarchy
of solidarity
is
amongst
capitalism.
the faculty. The faculty divided against itself cannot defend higher education. We have to do better than
hang
this.
on. No, Dustin. No. I don't give a flying fuck how much you've donated, although I do appreciate it. But I will tell you, you have not donated enough on the channel to have carte blanche. And I do not want any expectation that if someone sends me a super chat or a couple super chats, that you have carte blanche. You know who has carte blanche? Old Sub, who has donated thousands of channel memberships. Do you know who has carte blanche? Cynthia, who has donated thousands of channel memberships. Do you know who has carte blanche? Reagan. Not that Reagan donates super chats and channel memberships. She supports in other ways. Reagan is invaluable to this community. She can do whatever the fuck she wants. You know who has carte blanche? Mizakan, who reads all the socialist books for us and then creates highlight reels for us. They have carte blanche. If you get timed out for a 5-minute timeout, You take it like a fucking man and you don't fucking whine about it, and you reflect on whatever stupid thing you said that got you in that timeout in the first place, because the mods are not being mean, they're not targeting you. And I promise you, you do not get to tell us what we will and will not allow in the chat just because you sent in a couple bucks for a super chat. I appreciate the super chat, but you, it doesn't buy you anything. You are a student in this class just like everyone else. No, they don't. No, they don't, Dustin. No, they don't. No. Denied. No. You want to send me a $20 super chat? I'll tell you the same fucking thing. You want to send me a $50 super chat? I'll tell you the same fucking thing. You want to send me a $100 super chat? I'll tell you the same fucking thing. You want to send me a $500 super chat? I'll tell you the same fucking thing. Sending in a super chat does not give you fucking status on this channel. I don't know who the fuck you are. You haven't contributed much of anything. And if you want to take your $10 super chat somewhere else, guess what? I've already made well over $600 on this stream. And so I don't need the $10, bro. I really don't.
One tier is the
okay, getting timed
precondition
out. I'll time
getting
you.
through this problem.
You want to continue to whine and complain to me? I will fucking time you out. And if you come back from that timeout and you continue to whine and complain, I will permanently ban you from the chat. Do you understand now? Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it.
Tenure for all is the mechanism that delivers it. It was the screw up that caused California to create a classification of people who were allowed to not be tenured. That created the problem in the first place. Fixing that screw up is what is going to ultimately have to be done to fix it. Equal professional work deserves equal professional status. And that means tenure for all, not as a reward, but as
the status that tenure faculty have over adjuncts is tenure faculty can't be fired. Adjuncts can. That's it. That's most of what the issue is. They don't want to be fired. It is much easier to fire an adjunct than it is to fire a tenured faculty member.
a floor. People need to understand, including many already tenured faculty, that tenure is a requirement to do honest work in higher education. Everybody needs to have tenure. It's not, oh, you're wonderful, so we're giving you this perk. Bullshit. Tenure is a requirement to do the job. So I implore all of you, stop fighting within the two-tier framework. Oh, yes, we have to fight. Of course we have to fight. But we have to get our mentality shifted. We need to adopt one-tier language and push it. We need to say repeatedly, faculty must be faculty. Thank you for your attention.
All right. Maybe the next one will be more interesting. Thank you, Scott.
Informative, clear, provocative. Yes, you're making an argument as well as giving us history and context, and we can continue to discuss that really, I think, thoughtful argument in the Q&A discussion and breakouts, where you will be helping to lead a breakout on one tier. All right, we have 2 speakers left. I think people have done a great job keeping focused and on time. We're going to Gregory Walmart.
Gregory Walmart. Okay, what do you have to say?
And this is great because I think there's going to be some nice overlap with Scott's fantastic paper.
I think he's black.
Very evocative paper. I want to speak about the obstacles to cross-rank solidarity by way of my short personal narrative.
Solidarity.
Versus a tenure-track professor who was denied tenure and now is an elected adjunct representative in my union, CAUP, where I participated in the negotiation of a new collective bargaining agreement. What I've come to believe is this. The tier system is not a credential-based, let alone merit-based hierarchy of positions. It is a managerial technology, and it disciplines all of us on every tier.
The tenured professor system is capitalism, is what he's saying. The tenured professor, the system where we created tenure, is a system of capitalism that unduly privileges some over the others.
Sure. On the tenure track, I was hired as the sole faculty member in my department qualified to build a film studies program from the ground up. To this end, I designed the core curriculum, the minor, and 10 of its courses. I taught 7 courses a year on the quarter system, averaging 55 students per section, with no teaching assistants, no course release, and no time for the research on which my tenure case would be judged. Once the program was running, the department stopped hiring adjuncts to teach film because I was, in effect, the adjunct. At tenure track salary, with program building, student advising, department and college service, research and scholarship layered on top.
That's Temple University.
I was denied tenure. My line was not replaced, though. Rather, adjuncts were hired to teach the courses and curriculum I had created. As I had no union, I had no recourse. The institution had extracted exactly what it wanted, a fully designed program paid for at the lowest possible ongoing cost. The structural point is this. On the tenure track, I was contingent. My contingency was simply stretched over 6 years and dressed up in the language of promises strategically unfulfilled. Particularly in teaching-intensive institutions, the tenure track has become a site of intensified extraction. Program building, committee service, assessment labor, enrollment management, performed under the threat of non-renewal. It is a form of precarity with a longer fuse. I now teach as an adjunct at Temple University and serve as an elected representative for our union, TAUP. In 2024, we negotiated and signed a new collective bargaining agreement, and I want to speak candidly about what I observed. Again and again, our most ambitious proposals for adjuncts on pay, job security, professional advancement, met resistance, not only from administration, but from within our own faculty ranks. The tenure track and tenured constituency council, putatively speaking for their constituency, treated gains for adjuncts as losses for everybody else. The logic was zero sum. The zero sum thinking among faculty.
I want to explain something to someone, to people, okay? What they're talking about is there being competition between tenured faculty and adjuncts. They believe capitalism creates competition because when you have a hierarchy, when you have people with some access to resources more than other people, that creates a competition between the two classes. That creates a competition between the groups. So he's talking about the capitalist university system creating this class hierarchy in which they are competing with each other. The tenured faculty are competing with the adjuncts. And every time the adjuncts get something, the tenured faculty believe they have lost something. That's what they're talking about. But you can extrapolate this out to anything. They believe that capitalism creates competition. In a world without capitalism, there will be no competition. Does everyone understand that? Anytime you hear them talking about competition, so they literally have socialists literally have a version of Monopoly that they created for their kids. I think it's called Communopoly or something like that. So the game Monopoly it's capitalist. I mean, the game there's no more capitalist game than Monopoly, right? Monopoly is capitalist. You're buying property, you're building houses. Everything about Monopoly is capitalism. If you run out of money, you go to jail or things like that. It's like it's an inherently capitalist game. I have actually seen in person, I saw this at the Socialism Conference. They have a game, I believe, again, my recollection is that it's called Communopoly or something, in which they've taken the concept of Monopoly, but they've made it into a commune where their kids play this game to learn how to share, to reduce their urge to be in competition with each other. And then the best sharers and the best community members win the game or something like that. I forget exactly the ramifications. I just really want to like demonstrate to you guys the difference. And I want to demonstrate to you guys the mentality. Capitalism equals competition. Is Dustin still fucking whining? Am I about to permanently ban Dustin in the chat? Is he about to go? Thanks for saving me a lot of money. Hey, bye, Dustin. I don't need your money. Actually, does anyone want to send in super chats or channel memberships to make up for the lack of money that we'll be receiving from Dustin? Because Dustin wanted special treatment. Dustin wanted to be treated differently than everyone else in the chat. Dustin thought that $10 of super chats would buy him special treatment and he could break the rules. That is not how our community works, bro. It's not how our community works at all. This is a fascist fucking dictatorship. You don't have free speech here. I am the queen fascist overlord of this fucking channel. And if you piss me off for any fucking reason, I will show you the fucking door. And you haven't even given me $100 total. What did you give me on this stream, Dustin? You gave me a $10 super chat. You gave me a couple $2 super chats. You may have given me a $5 super chat. Have we even cracked $50 fucking dollars? And you think that you deserve special fucking treatment? You haven't even, like, bro, I can't even go out to I'm going out to lunch with Victor tomorrow. I can't even pay for lunch with my husband with the amount of money that you've donated. You don't get any special treatment, you fucking entitled fucking asshole. W in the chat for Focus for a gifted channel membership. We got a member chat from Chicken. Bye, Dustin. Peace out, bro. W's for Tracy donating a channel membership. Dustin, you've been replaced. You've been replaced. I'm so sorry, Dustin. I'm so sorry it didn't work out. I'm so sorry you let your feelings get the best of you. You've been replaced, bro. You've been replaced. Good thing you didn't get a free channel membership. That's right, Cynthia.
Is not our natural response to scarcity. It is a learned response to manufactured scarcity. The pie is not fixed. It is carved up by administrators who have every reason to tell us it is. Because the workforce convinced of its own internal competition will not collaborate in good faith. Meanwhile, as we argue over slices, an expanding class of vice presidents, associate vice presidents, deputy associate.
Yeah. It's exactly this. It's like going into a restaurant, screaming and throwing food at people, and then complaining that you bought the cheapest item on the menu, by the way, and it makes you worthy of never being kicked out. That's exactly what it is. What the fuck? Grillis? Are you shitting me? Grillis? Bro, where is it? Bro, you didn't have to do that. Super, guys, Grillis has been in the community forever. We love him. We appreciate him. Thank you so much for your generosity, my friend. #1 mutual aid for our anti-communist queen. Thank you for our best and only teacher of the far left, bro. You are humbling me right now. I so appreciate it. Thank you. Everyone, massive W's in the chat for Grillis. We love you, bro. Thank you for being an awesome member of the community and never whining and complaining. I don't even think I've ever put Grillis in a timeout. I don't think anyone has put Grillis in a timeout. You got your first paycheck? Bro. I remember when Grillis, I think, I'm pretty sure it was you, and I apologize if it was someone else, but I'm pretty sure it was you. And I hope you don't mind me telling this story. He DM'd me a while back. He's like, I just have to cut my membership for the time being because there's just other stuff going on. And I was like, I totally understand, bro. It's totally fine. Because he's always been around the community and sometimes shit happens and that's just the way it goes. And now he's back, got the job, got the first paycheck, and now he's supporting. That's how it works, guys. When you are able to financially contribute, you can. You pick up the slack for other people when they're having a tough time, okay? It really does help. Deets, thank you so much for the super chat. You don't get to buy your way to special privileges here. I could get timed out at any time. I'm not dumb enough to whine about it. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Exactly. Yeah, we take care of us. Exactly.
Vice presidents, heads of human resources, and so on, draw salaries that dwarf any line item we were fighting over. Presidential compensation climbs, the salary of the coach of our abysmal football team climbs. The money is here. It's just being directed away from our educational mission. This is the lesson I draw from having worked on both sides of the line. The tier system is not at bottom, hierarchy of merit, and it is not even really a hierarchy of security. It is a managerial technology. It disciplines adjuncts to naked precarity. It disciplines tenure-track faculty to the threat that precarity represents. The adjunct, in the anxious imagination of the assistant professor, is not a colleague, but a threat and a warning. a specter of competition for credit hours, and a symbol of institutional devaluation. It disciplines tenured faculty with the suggestion that any concessions to those below them will destabilize the latter and degrade their home department.
Okay, I think we can fast forward now. I don't think he's going to say anything else interesting. What's this? This is the capitalism image. This is the same. This is the workers of the world unite image. This is the, hang on. Let me show you. Let me see if I can find it. This is this. I found it. This is literally this is called the pyramid of capitalist system. You can find it in Wikipedia. Do you guys notice this? You got the workers that are lifting up the bosses and the police and the rich people, the bourgeois. You got the workers on the bottom lifting up the bourgeois. Now let's go back and look at this this faculty image. You've got the workers on the bottom lifting up the bourgeois. It's they literally took the capitalist pyramid image and they adapted it to their little faculty thing. That's funny as shit. That's funny as shit. Okay, let's go back to the beginning of this presentation. I think this one's going to be good.
I might turn my computer.
Why they shouldn't be in a union. Interesting.
Self off, so you can't see my face.
Ooh, why can't we see your
go.
face?
I'm also very nervous about going overtime, so feel free to cut me off.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Faith. You're fine, and we're seeing your slides right now.
Okay, I'm gonna time myself too. Hold on. Okay. So my talk is about built without them, why contingent faculty stay outside the union and how to bring them in. And my name is Faith Erickson, and I have been a contingent faculty for 17 years. And I'm in 2 unions, as Joe talked about. I'm in the Interfaculty Union, which is a 4-year state university union out of Minnesota, and the Minnesota State College Faculty, which is for community colleges. And I'm going to talk about how I think that unions are actually built without contingent faculty in mind, and how that kind of undercuts the efficacy of the union and how we can work to overcome that. And I'm only speaking from my...
So I guess I just want to put a fine point on this, and I promise I'm going to shut up. I want people to understand that one of the reasons we're listening to this is because they are describing in this presentation how they want the world to work. They're explaining how they envision a socialist world working via the example of adjunct faculty being oppressed by tenure faculty. So we're not just listening to a presentation about adjuncts wanting to be treated better at colleges. We are listening to a presentation about how they want the world to work, what they believe the capitalist system does, how they want to overthrow that system, how they want things to work better. So like when they're talking about stuff in this, and again, I'm trying to skip over the boring parts as much as possible. A lot of times you can extrapolate that out to say, this is not just about like this specific issue. This is a larger issue. It's a larger vision of how they want society to function. We're watching it for as long as we say as long as it goes. We're finishing the presentation. If you don't want to stay, you don't have to be here.
Perspective.
We already
here,
watched
and from
another
those
one
that
earlier.
I've spoken to in my advocacy through the IFO. I've been on the exec board for about 3 years now, maybe 4. I've been on the contingent committee for 3 years. I've been the chair. And then through the Minnesota State College Faculty, I've been on the exec board for 3 years. I've been on the bargaining team for 2 rounds, and will continue the contingent committee at the state level for 4 years and the chair for 2 years. So I'm coming at it from that experience. Oh, and I've been doing legislative work. So we've had bills in the House and the Senate for the last 3 years, and
So the person with the overtly socialist image on her slide has been doing legislative work. Just think about that one.
been testifying in front of them for 3 years, and I've been testifying in front of the board of directors for 3 years. And I'm not making it easy on myself. The vice chancellor saw me the other day at the House of Representative and just said faith and walked
There you
away
go.
from me. So probably
Good
not
find,
making a
girls.
great
I'll
name
put
for
that in the
myself.
chat.
A little bit of a target, but okay.
I guess he already did.
Here is how I think that the structure has been built without contingent faculty in mind. And I'm going to talk about it in 2 ways, structural and cultural, because I just think they're inextricably entwined, and I don't think you can talk about one without the other. So structurally for union governance, who gets to attend the meetings, serve, and vote? So time-wise, there are always at times, I think, that are not necessarily effective for contingent faculty, maybe 1 p.m. on a Tuesday. And we know that contingent faculty frequent flyers are probably Zooming from class to class. You can have these union meetings potentially at 6 p.m. People may not love it, but it can happen. There are lists of contingent faculty, I'm putting in parentheses because it may not work that way, but that you could invite to the union meetings. However, one example is we have a list of contingent faculty at each campus, and they are their home campuses, but each contingent faculty kind of has a different home campus depending on the semester and the year. And some feel like their home is not necessarily where they teach the most campuses. So we had a resolution to change that, where contingent faculty could self-identify their home campus. And the purpose of that is so that the union leaders could see the list and then invite contingent faculty to their union meetings. But our union found it administratively burdensome to have contingent faculty self-identify their home campuses. So we dropped that in favor of other pressing issues. But that's just one example of how it's built, where contingent faculty, A, aren't invited, and B, even if they are on a list, it may not be effective, and the union may not see it as a priority. There are eligibility requirements for who can serve in governance. For instance, you may have credit releases for who can be a vice president, president. And for instance, one contingent faculty wanted to be a vice president, but it said, because you are going to get full credit releases for a full-time load, that's very scary for the union, because then if your dean is a jerk and doesn't give you a full load, then we're going to be without a vice president for 2 years at our state level. And so I don't think that would happen. It's kind of a fear, but that contingent faculty decided not to run for vice president. And I personally was upset about that and thought that they should run anyway, because just running would send a message, but that fear is there. Or there's things on the running documents that say it will be a tenured faculty who is the vice president. And that's just on the governing documents, but it removes contingent faculty from wanting to try. And there are procedures for changing these governing documents, but because contingent faculty don't necessarily know how to change these.
Okay. So what she's talking about is oppression is built into the system. This is actually highly insightful about how their minds work. The oppression of the adjunct faculty is literally built into the system, where in the governing documents of the committee or the process or whatever the fuck, they are saying adjunct faculty are not allowed to have this position. So they have built the oppression into the system. Can anyone think of another concept related to the communist left that this might apply to? Pop quiz for the chat. Can anyone think about another concept of oppression being built into the capitalist hierarchical system? Can anyone? Yes. Well done, Nathaniel. Really new in the community, knocks it out of the fucking park. Systemic racism. Exactly. It is exactly the same argument. When the left says racism, they're not talking about skin color. They are talking about the oppressive nature of capitalism, that oppression is literally built into the system. Racial oppression is built into the system. The haves oppress the have-nots. The bosses oppress the workers. It is built into the system because they believe capitalism created the system of slavery, which created racism in the first place. That is a really, really great example. Well done.
It's not likely to happen that they would. And then the cultural obstacles are, what are the meeting times, compensation, eligibility rules? So contingent faculty only have certain bandwidth. I hate the word bandwidth because we're not computers. So I tend to say like I have only standing room. But because we don't have so much bandwidth, we're not necessarily going to come to all of the meetings, especially if they're at bad times. And then the impact is low for the reasons I mentioned above, if we believe the structural rules and they're not changed. So with the low bandwidth.
Hey, Hans. You obviously haven't read my book, A Brief History of Racism, because the real mindfuck is when you realize the definition never changed. It was always systemic racism. My book, which you can find on Amazon, A Brief History of Racism, I basically went back to the invention of the word racism, and I tracked the evolution of the definition of the term racism over the decades. It was actually a fascinating little project. It started as a thought exercise for me, and then I was like, why don't you just write a fucking book about this? And it's a short book. It's not that long. That's why it's called A Brief History of Racism. But like, it was always systemic racism. And I was like, holy shit, you gotta be fucking kidding me. You gotta be fucking kidding me. It never changed.
And the low prediction of impact, even if not true, we may not want to get into governance. And then there's a social network. So for instance, we could change the governance documents. I just changed one at their last meeting, but I needed to waive a first reading. And if I didn't have a friend that I knew who would waive the first reading for me, only because I've been doing this for so long, I would have never known that, and the policy would have never been changed. And then, like I said, there are unknown procedures. So for instance, we had something fail to have a specific vice president as a contingent faculty for the union. But then someone said to me, well, you don't have to do it that way. You could send it out to the entire union, and it's an easier way to get a policy changed. You don't have to have as many people vote in favor of it. But if I wouldn't have had that social network or had it known that procedure, I would have never been able to change it. So between the structural not being changed and the cultural not knowing who to change it or how to change it and people not wanting to change, the union governance just isn't built necessarily for contingent faculty. And then at the bargaining level, and I know I'm almost up, who's on the team? There are rules for who gets to be on the team. In one union, it might be there's two per campus, and those two are going to be the ones that are always voted in. And you can say a contingent faculty could be voted in, but the odds of that are probably not great. Who gets to speak in bargaining? What issues are prioritized? That gets down to surveys. That gets down to who gets to go to the delegate assembly. Those people who are going to the delegate assembly may not be the contingent faculty.
Hey guys,
the people who
can you do me a big favor? Can you do me a big favor? This person who has 200,000 followers on their account has downloaded my video going undercover with Antifa yesterday. Downloaded my, oh, you guys can't see this. Hang on. This person who has 200,000 followers on Twitter has downloaded my video about going undercover with Antifa and uploaded it without mentioning me or tagging me. Can you guys please go into the comments and replies of this person and shame the ever-loving fuck out of them for stealing my content and not even having the integrity to, I don't know, fucking tag me? You couldn't quote tweet me. You couldn't tag me. You couldn't send people over to my content. You just had to steal my shit and then upload it on your own account, you fucking content thieving bitch. And I already said to her, and people can like this too, you seem to have downloaded my video and re-uploaded it on your own account without tagging me. I'm sure you mean well, but it doesn't help people find or support my work. Please quote tweet next time. Don't steal fucking content. I'll put it in the chat, Malcolm. I'll put it. Her name is JustGenB at JustGenRx. Again, 200,000 followers this person has. So, well, that doesn't actually help me though. That doesn't actually help me when people still steal my content. So if you guys want to go and leave her a comment and tag me in it and tell her to stop stealing my fucking content, that would be awesome. If you don't feel like doing it, that's fine.
The surveys, the people who they're going to at the meetings may not be the contingent faculty. How does information flow? It's not getting to the meetings. It's not getting to where contingent faculty are at. So I know I had to beg them to go to where contingent faculty are, which is not necessarily like the bar, but we may need to find somebody who is willing to go to their offices in order to get the contingent faculty feedback. And then culturally, who speaks? I know that I can speak up in bargaining, but if I speak up in bargaining as the only contingent faculty over and over again, then I'm going to start to not want to speak up anymore, especially if people are starting to treat me as, you know, the person in the room who is the complainer or who gets shut down over and over again, just to want to reclaim my team dynamics. I know I'm out of time. What issues are prioritized? That is structural, but it's also cultural, because the union values get to the top, and the union values are the ones that people culturally care about. And
I don't care.
Information,
I don't care. Comments shaming her are more important. I don't care if comments help her in the algorithm.
Is comfortable coming out, even if they do come to those meetings, are they comfortable speaking in front of their peers? So this communication flow, I'll go very quick. We have all this before. The only thing I want to mention really quickly is who's at the table. We had a resolution that said, if you have information about contingent faculty that impacts contingent faculty, you have to have contingent faculty there. If you're speaking about contingent faculty, you have to have contingent faculty there. And when do decisions get made? Oftentimes, contingent faculty don't hear about it until the very last minute when it's already an emergency. So you need to keep them informed right away. And the cultural is going to be the inside language. When people start talking about things like concurrent enrollment, and that has a huge impact on contingent faculty, but contingent faculty have no idea what that means, that's going to keep them outside of the structure. And the rest, I think I already came up with. But the invisible norms, who's committed or difficult or a wild card. I know I've been called a wild card, and that just puts, you know, the letter A on your back, adjunct, but also, you know, someone not to be listened to. Are you free to talk about it? I've been told not to talk to the newspaper. And part of the reason I've been told not to talk to the newspaper is for good reason, bargaining, but also because they say the people who read the newspaper are just going to say, find a real job. And that's not accurate. What does it mean to be a good union steward? If I talk badly about my union, which is not necessarily what's going to happen, then I'm being a bad union steward, and I should wait my turn as an adjunct. But how long, how many bargaining rounds do you need to wait your turn? And I put cultural first because these are the invisible norms. And then I put structural second because—
Are you serious? Mario stole my fucking content? Are you serious? I'm gonna be fucking pissed if that happened. I'm gonna be fucking
How
pissed.
much does good structure matter? If we change the bargaining, if we change the governance, if we change all of that, if cultural norms enforce exclusion. And the hard part is no one voted for these cultural norms. So we can change structure all we want. And then just very quickly, the stakes beyond fairness. And people spoke about this, so I don't have to go much into it, but the unions weaken themselves when a third or more of the members are structurally sidelined. There's less unity at times of threat when we are talking about academic freedom loss, erosion of tenure. We do standardization is now a big threat where all colleges have to look exactly the same, which gets into loss of our curriculum. It's less unity within the union, less likely to organize others, and we're good organizers because we are creative, we're focused, we're angry, but we're less likely if we don't see ourselves in the union.
I don't see it on Mario's
page.
page.
Themselves on.
I don't see it on Mario's page. Maybe I'm just not going back for it. I don't see it on Mario's page, so I don't know what you're talking about.
The bargaining team and leadership, they're less likely to join, they're less likely to see themselves in the union. And that's a weakened union structure. And engagement isn't a personality flaw, it's a structural design flaw. And so when you say the burden is that they are personality, like they're not likely to join because of whatever, they're apathetic, they're scared, they're weak, that's a structural problem, not a personality problem. And it can be changed. And when you think it can't be because of personality, that's hugely problematic. So structural fixes, paid roles, reserve seats, term accesses, so there's not a gap where
just don't worry about it,
happen
Reagan.
to
It's all
contingent
good.
faculty in between. liaisons at each campus where we have people who can speak for contingent faculty.
No, I did not watermark a video in which I was speaking into the camera with my face because I actually didn't think someone would be retarded enough to download my fucking video with my fucking face in it. Like literally the exact same content. No, I did not.
Process fixes, agenda changes.
Okay, let me be very clear. I'm just going to be very blunt. I don't give a flying fuck what X says the policy is. I see the impact on my content directly. X keeps saying they're not suppressing content. Yes, they fucking are. Yes, they fucking are. So I don't actually believe a fucking word that comes out of X. I don't believe a fucking word that comes out of the fucking paid shills that are on X to support X's fucking narrative. I don't care. I see the ramifications of it on my views, where on that video, by the way, just so you guys know, and I know I'm being off track here, that video currently has over 500,000 views on Facebook. That video currently has over 500,000 fucking views. On X, it has 70,000 views. Do you want to know why? It's because people keep stealing my fucking shit. And then they get all the fucking views on my fucking content that is going viral on another fucking platform right now. So I don't give a fuck what X says. I can look at the results and see what's going on.
We're going to have people on the agenda, so it's not just emergency. We're going to know who speaks. We're going to have transparency, so it's contingent faculty are at the table, not on the table. We're going to have legislative fixes. So we're going to talk about benefits. We're going to have work groups that are legislatively required. If you want to be included in K-12 initiatives that have already been passed, that's great, because K-12 tends to get a lot of legislative leeway for reasons I could talk about if I had time. And finding allies within the legislature is a great goal. And then cultural fixes. You don't know how many times I've had people say something about contingent faculty, and then I've asked them if—
Dan, I don't know what about I don't give a flying fuck what Mario says is difficult to understand, because Mario is a paid fucking shill that is advancing the X narrative. Mario is not a credible source of information. Mario is someone who is being paid to advance a narrative. We do not listen to people who are being paid to advance a narrative.
They've actually asked contingent faculty about it, and they've said no. And then I said, well, why don't you do that and get back to me? And they're not being rude or mean. They just, they know contingent faculty. They just haven't had a time to sit down and ask them. And the last one I would say is question why past needs to be precedent. What's the logical reason for that? And how can we bring more people into these structures so that we can make it, so that they know the inner workings, so that we can change the structures and eventually change the—
This is the last thing I'm going to say about this. I want people to understand that anytime I have a video that is getting any sort of significant amount of views, not only, like, I mean, do I have to contend with more people coming into my replies and all that stuff, but like, do you guys understand how much time has to be dedicated to hunting down the conservative retards who have stolen my content in order to say, hey, can you please stop stealing my work product? That would be fucking great. Can you please stop stealing my shit? Like, I dedicate an exorbitant amount of time to reprimanding conservative retards and influencers who literally steal my content and don't bother to credit where they got it from.
Culture. So yeah, structural change is possible, but it has to go hand in hand with cultural change. We can't keep those two apart. And I'm so sorry for going over time, but that's my talk.
All right, we're refocusing
Thank you,
on
Faith
this.
Erickson. That was terrific. Yes, it was a few minutes over, but it was very informative and fleshed out. And as I think has been indicated in the chat, really hope that all the talks that were given today, whether they were written or not, will be written and will appear in the Helu newsletter, and perhaps some of us have even been talking about a book volume or perhaps a series of pamphlets to spread the word about this. I am going to, let's see if I can stop highlighting, spotlighting Faith here. Pardon me, just give me 1 second. It's hard to multitask. Okay, it happened anyway. Okay, good. All right, so now the secret agenda of telling everyone they had 7 minutes was that we want to keep everyone under 10 minutes, right? So that our panel actually went exactly an hour. And now we have some time for not just question and answer, we want to accent, but for discussion. That said, we do want it to be a disciplined discussion where there's enough, we can hear as many voices as possible. My proposal has been that we take a round of questions or comments, none of which exceed 2 minutes. Less is more.
Okay. You guys are seeing how a socialist meeting functions. When you go to here is how socialist meetings work, where they're all communists. Yes, they're all communists. Here is how socialist meetings work. Basically, usually what happens is you have a panel of people who are presenting their opinions on a given topic at the meeting, whatever topic that might be, whatever the subject of the meeting is. You have a chair that's kind of managing the overall operations of the meeting. The chair doesn't really do much except say, it's your turn to talk. Here's how long you get to talk for, and cuts them off when they're done. The chair is like I guess probably would have a vote, but the chair doesn't actually do much in the meeting. This guy is the chair of the meeting. All the people we just heard for are on the panel for the meeting. You also have the audience in the room that's there for the meeting. After the panel presents, the audience gets a chance to say whatever they want to say or to ask questions, but it is time limited to 2 minutes just to kind of keep things moving and to make sure someone doesn't get the microphone and go on all night. So what are they doing when they have the panel presentation of people reading a paper or doing whatever, and then giving the audience a chance to respond with their own thoughts and comments? They're leveling the hierarchy. Because in a capitalist system, the panel of people would be above just the people listening to them in the audience. But because they are giving the audience a chance to respond in a way that is controlled and has boundaries and stuff like that, but they're still giving the audience a chance to actively participate, they've taken something from a hierarchical discussion and moved it to a more equitable discussion because they're balancing out the hierarchy. So I want people to understand what you're hearing. So usually when they do this Q&A round, what they do is they allow people from the audience to speak. Some of those people will ask questions. They aren't going to answer the individual questions as they come up. They're going to take a bunch of questions and then they're going to kind of decide which ones they want to answer. And this is how they run all of their meetings.
Is great. And again, we're going to have a breakout for more elaboration. You don't need to say it all now, but if folks could actually take a moment and perhaps write a question or indicate that you'd like to speak in the chat,
guys,
in addition to putting up a hand if you
We
want. But
let
if you
her
want
have
to,
it. She
we're not
can
going
go
to read
fuck
your
herself,
we'll have you
whatever.
read your own question, but we would love to know what the range of questions is if we do need to curate a little bit, although our group is not huge tonight, so perhaps everyone can speak for themselves, and that would be great. Before I go there, though, I do want to spotlight one a particular concrete example of some of the injustices that we're talking about structurally today. As many of you know, I teach at UMass Boston, where I am actually a continuing appointment, non-tenure track faculty member, a senior lecturer. But we are in the presence this evening of a couple of my colleagues from UMass Boston who have also been on the non-tenure track. One of whom was just really outrageously denied renewal of his contract and has been terminated from the institution as things presently stand as of the end of this semester, despite absolutely glowing student evaluations and a broad, in fact, university celebrated reputation. Officially won the Chancellor's Service Award a couple of years ago for his great contributions to the anti-racist mission of the institution. That colleague I'm speaking of is Keith Jones here, and the other colleague from UMass Boston is Tony Vandermeer, both from the Africana Studies departments at UMass Boston. And I just want to, Keith's case has been evolving. He has almost 2,000 people that have signed a petition, and although we didn't put him on the agenda formally tonight, because we had already had this agenda set and we operate democratically and we're addressing these structural issues, I wanted to make sure that everyone here has a chance to know about Keith's case, to see the petition, and frankly, maybe to give Keith just a minute, to just, if there's anything that Keith or you, Tony, as in solidarity with Keith, want to signal in terms of the campaign. Really, there's going to be a chance to talk more about the situation in breakout room 1. I understand Keith is going to be in there. That is the breakout room that will focus on not only
Okay,
build.
we're gonna fast forward. He's doing. Oh, what's this guy saying? Who's this guy? I maybe spoke too soon.
Profoundly, and it both reinforces language that I already have, but also provides new language to consider, not just with respect to my own case, but also all the union activism that we've been engaged in across campus. My situation is that I'm being terminated for what has been the past 5 years of a kind of advocacy that has sought to really transform the campus culture in a way that aligns with a vision of the common good,
Communism.
and really a people's agenda, and really thinking beyond the two-tier system that we have and all the exploitation that we face. We had my colleague and I had in the midst of the uprisings and the pandemic organized a cross-campus, and this meant for the first time all unions together. This meant students, both graduate and undergraduate. It meant all faculty, non-tenure and tenure, and adjunct, or associate lecturers, we call them on our campus. And it was within the interest of producing a shift within our campus culture, the vision of which was to become an anti-racist and health promoting public research institution. And we saw that as we saw that moment, as we all recall, as this broad instance in which we saw, in fact, the kind of the liberation that we could all see ourselves in, and if we were not actually to mobilize, would imperil us all. So that sense that all of our liberation is bound up in one another's. And since that time, we have been punished for trying to hold the administration accountable to that vision which they pledged themselves committed to. So I'm collapsing a whole lot in this moment. There's a petition. I'm the first in the last 5 years, I'm the only person eligible for for a continuous appointment to be denied that. There were national searches, which Tony and I were, my colleague here, were finalists for, and they canceled that search. So this speaks to all the issues that have been raised this afternoon, particularly with respect to these pathways towards tenure, but just for tenure for all.
Tenure for
I know
all.
that's a little bit garbled. I'm trying to kind of compress.
Tenure for all, so I can be the best leftist activist I can be on campus and still not get fired.
A lot. I really appreciate all of your solidarity. There's a lot more that I wish I could say, but I look forward to the breakout, and I look forward to greater solidarity with you all. Thank you.
Yeah, we look forward to it
thank
too,
you,
bro.
Keith. That was great. And we hadn't originally.
Okay, let's see. We're gonna fast forward a little bit. Who's this black guy? What's going on?
Hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. My question was, is there any anyone who knows if there has been any legal action taking in any state in relationship to having a looking at the level, I want to say discrimination in the sense of the fact that you have a two-tier system, an unequal system. Has there been any thinking about it in terms of trying to do it, not only just going to the state legislature, but taking legal action to address that question?
Okay.
Are both wanting to respond. So let's go, Scott, and
we're gonna fast forward through this.
He's attempted both.
Oh, they're talking about legal action. I don't care about that. Honestly, don't care.
Women and so.
This guy's a
if
communist.
you would like to
Listen what he has
speak,
to say.
again, it could be a question or a comment. We will keep this space open for a few more minutes before we go to breakouts, of which there will be 4. John, I think you're muted.
Just extremely briefly, I wish to point out that actually we've had a very good rundown as how it's been incredibly difficult in the past to sue on behalf of adjuncts. And as Scott pointed out, in the past,
Okay, they're
you
talking
had,
about lawsuits. Don't care. Let's see. Who's this guy?
Well, while I taught for 33 years, and while I know a lot of full-time faculty, tenured faculty who are friendly, supportive, and great, I have seen in my time. Some
Okay,
horrific.
just complaining. We might just like be done,
Contract
honestly.
negotiations with
This might just be like boring for the rest of it. I think we've gotten pretty much.
Sorry, okay,
there you go.
I had to step away, David. You got it.
Oh, okay. All right. So Scott did a wonderful presentation of the origin of part-time faculty in California community colleges.
No, we're not talking about that. I don't care about that shit. Don't. She's an old hippie commie.
In that group too. Also,
Yeah, I was just gonna say we got a wonderful Holly quote here. And I don't want to embarrass
UUP.
it.
The UUP is another. It's the Union for University Professors. That's another union.
But she said, and she's right, you can't have one thing that draws many together is the attack on academic freedom. You can't have academic or political freedom if the faculty do not have job security.
We do not have political freedom to be communists if we can be fired. That's what he's saying. We don't have political freedom to be communists and to preach communism and to overtly indoctrinate our students into communism if we can be fired.
We got a wonderful Holly quote here. And I don't want to embarrass her, but she said, and she's right, you can't have one thing that draws many together is the attack on academic freedom. You can't have academic or political freedom if the faculty do not have job security. You can't, in other words, you can't defend the space of freedom and open exploration of their minds and critical knowledge if there's no place to do it.
Yeah, and I want to, thank you, Mike. And I want to, so now that every group has responded, I want to, kind of initiate, the so-called ambitiously termed synthesis session, or at least attempts to try to think through some of these, presentations with a comment building off of that in a way that also that brings it back to the way the tiered system is in tension and contradiction with it. I fear that the way in which some tenure track faculty or the way admin would like tenure track faculty to be indoctrinated and socialized is in such a way that they internalize not just a hierarchy about pay and benefits, but an intellectual hierarchy that says basically that internalizes, hey, service classes, teaching first year writing, teaching like basic skills classes, that's just like technical shit you can like have somebody off the street do, but like the higher level stuff, that's for us. And I actually fear, I mean, maybe this is too negative, but I want to, provoke us a little bit. I think one of the underappreciated terrible things about tiered employment in any realm, but especially in an academic intellectual realm, is the way it fragments different dimensions of knowledge from one another, right? So you can end up.
Okay, they're talking about the oppressive hierarchy again. To not be divided. We adjunct faculty will not be divided into a separate class of people. These are all fucking communists. These are all fucking communists. It's like, I don't know. I think we've got the best stuff we're going to get already. They're just going to keep going on and on and on about how they're oppressed by the system. What's this guy? I want to listen to this guy one more time. What are you saying, bro? This guy's definitely a communist.
But I don't think it does. But we want to fight for job security for everybody because everybody deserves it. And that's in the public interest, in their interest as workers. And
yeah,
in
they're
their
still
interest
just
as
saying
citizens
like
and
we shouldn't be able
consumers.
to get fired.
Thank you,
It's in
Joe.
the
I think
public
we have
good that
John
we
Holmes
can't be
next.
fired.
Yeah, I don't want to get into the nitty gritty. We've already done that for 2 hours, but I'm a historian after all. I just want to say one or two words of a historical background about all this. And the historical background is that we are living in a country, the United States of America, which used to rule the world after World War II. And ever since the Vietnam War, it's in a steady state of decline. And that explains why it is that even before Trump got elected in the state of California, you had a whole lot more money being spent on prisons and police than on education,
Prisons and police,
whether K through 12 or public. That's and what we're going in right now is what's happened is that what the U.S. government had been doing for the last 20 years, namely putting on a liberal mask without a whole hell of a lot of content has been.
The US government has been putting on a liberal mask because these people don't like liberals.
Dropped. And now it is, in the face of Trump, we see the face of what the people who run this country really want. If they figure if Trump could get elected on a straight out reactionary ticket, we don't need to pretend to be liberals anymore. And we can't just bring back the good.
Oh, this guy is the king of the presentation. Listen, man, if Trump can get elected, we don't need to pretend to be liberals anymore. These are not Democrats. These are not liberals. If you thought they were liberals, it's because they were pretending. In their private meetings, they shit talk liberals. They fucking hate liberals. They believe the United States government is a neoliberal institution. That means it's embedded with capitalism, advancing the capitalist system. The only way to abolish capitalism is to overthrow the government and abolish the Constitution. He is a socialist. Again, sir.
Mask without a whole hell of a lot of content has been dropped. And now it is, in the face of Trump, we see the face of what the people who run this country really want. If they figure if Trump could get elected on a straight out reactionary ticket, we don't need to pretend to be liberals anymore. And we can't just bring back the good old days of liberalism and make appeals for us on the grounds that it would be morally right for us to be treated right. Because at this point, things are getting serious. The U.S. economy is getting in serious trouble, and what's needed to be done is a united fight against what all wings of the people who run the country want to do to us, regardless of what their rhetoric is, and which is why I think that breaking from the Democratic Party is so important.
Totally.
And the last thing I'll say is that as a historian, I've had paid a lot of attention into what went wrong in the 20th century and what we could do about it in the 21st, which is why I wrote my book, and I'm going to put up a link for it again.
Okay. Thank you, John.
Thanks,
I'm
John.
cognizant of our time. Now, as
gold. Did we just end with gold? I think we just ended with gold. There's gonna be a couple more speeches, whatever. I think we're good. We watched enough of this. We got the golden clips that we were looking for. Really, they were more of a fuck you to conservatives who insist on saying that socialists and communists are really liberals and Democrats. I think that was good. I think that was the banner ending that we have all been waiting for. We've been streaming for 4.5 hours tonight. That is about 4.5 hours more of socialism than most people will watch in all month. So guys, congratulations on if you made it to the very end of Socialism Saturday. Do you guys think, let me ask you this. One in the chat, if you learned something new tonight that you didn't know before Socialism Saturday. 2 in the chat if you didn't learn anything new tonight. 1 in the chat if you learned something new tonight that you didn't know before you came to Socialism Saturday. 2 in the chat if you knew all this already and you didn't learn anything new. Let me just see. We'll give the chat a minute to register their vote. No, you can't do both 1 and 2. Either you learned something new or you didn't. Like, you can't do actually both. Either you learned something new or you didn't. Like, you can't do both, guys. Either you learned something new or you didn't. Like, it's a binary choice. Yeah. If one thing I've learned here since I started is that Democrats and liberals are completely separate from socialists and communists. Well, if that's all you learned tonight, that's good enough. That's good enough. All right. Looks like we had a chat full of ones. That's what I like to see. That's why we hold classes on the internet, guys. It's not a stream where we shit talk and own the libs and do all that low IQ bullshit. We actually learn shit on this stream. And so I appreciate everyone who put a 1 in the chat. I appreciate everyone who sent in super chats, channel memberships, all that good stuff. You guys allow me to do what I do. 128 new channel memberships on the channel. Really appreciate it, guys. Now, tomorrow, I take the day off on Sundays. I'm going out to lunch and a movie with Victor. he wants to go see some Ryan Gosling space movie. And so I said I would go out to lunch with him and go see the Ryan Gosling space movie. And hopefully it'll be good. I have no idea. It's about 3 hours long. I don't know that I'm looking forward to that. But you know what? If my husband wants to go see a space movie, we'll go see a space movie. W's in the chat, old sub sailor, sending in 10 more channel memberships at the very end. Really appreciate it. Bringing our tally up for today. 138 new channel members. That's fucking awesome. As a reminder, guys, if you just got a channel membership, you are going to be invited to join my supporter Discord. I will be posting the link to the supporter Discord tomorrow evening. We have movie night in the supporter Discord on Sundays at 8 p.m. Or are we changing the time? I don't remember if Jennifer announced if we're changing the time or not. I forget. We have movie night at some point tomorrow night. I think it's at 8 p.m., but Jennifer may have changed the time. If she did, I will be posting it out. She was thinking about changing the time, but let's just say 8 p.m. I will post the link, and you guys, and I will tell you, I don't think she changed it. I don't think she changed it either. So we're doing movie night at 8 p.m. We're watching a Star Wars movie tomorrow. Which Star Wars movie are we watching? It's one of the newer ones, but it's a good one. We're watching a Star Wars movie tomorrow for May the 4th. And so that is what we are doing tomorrow. Mac B hosts movie night on Sunday or Mondays at 9 p.m. Rogue One. I thought it was Rogue One, Reagan. So we're watching Star Wars Rogue One tomorrow at 8 p.m. in the supporter Discord. If you just got a channel membership, you will be invited to join. If you're a member on my Substack, you'll be invited to join. And if I need to post the link other places, I will post it there as well. So you guys can come and join us for movie night. And if I don't see you there, I will be back streaming on Monday, where we will do it all over again. Thank you all for coming to the channel tonight. Oh, by the way, if you went undercover at the May Day stuff, please make sure to get into the Center for Left-Wing Studies Discord. Please make sure you're posting your photos in the Discord. Please make sure you are filling out the form that Reagan created to identify which groups show up. So if you have data from the from May Day, please make sure you start getting that data to me. I know it can be overwhelming. I know a bunch of us have a lot of different things that we need to do, but please make sure you do that at some point over the next couple of days so we can start compiling it. What was the email at what? What email are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, well, you got to go back into your, I'm not going to say it on the stream. If I say it on the stream, I'm going to give it away. I'm not going to say it on the stream. You got to go back and look. So I'm not sorry, but you can go back and look. No, that's not the email. No, stop. Bro, you're putting an email public that I don't want public. So no, I'm not giving you the email, and no, it is not. There is no info@leftwingstudies.com email address. Yeah, DM Hans, he'll tell it to you. Okay, guys, that is all I have for tonight. Again, thank you for all the support. You guys rock. I have the best community on the internet. Thank you for allowing me to do what I do. I really appreciate you guys. Don't worry about it, Jay. It's not a big deal. I'm just like, at some point I need to put the hammer, okay? I will see you guys on Monday. If I don't see you at movie night tomorrow, have a great rest of your weekend. Take care. We'll see you.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here? 3 months, May 17th. And what brought you? That's difficult to answer. piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital. That's difficult to answer.